Family, friends, fellow gamers, educators, and students, welcome to Grumpy Gnome Gaming. I am Grumpy Gnome. Let's get some grump on in Baldur's Gate, baby. Here we go. New game. This is the return of the Four Brothers. This game, this run is by request by a gentleman named, create party, by a gentleman named William Ames. First of all, shout out to you, William. Thank you so much for reaching out and requesting this. I did go ahead and recreate the Four Brothers because their files were long, deep sixed, and we're going to have some fun with these guys. So anyway, this is Guenter. Guenter is the protagonist in the story. He's a male gnome fighter. He is chaotic good alignment. He has a strength of 1899, dexterity 18, constitution 18, intel 9, wisdom 9, and a charisma of 18. That is because he is a very charismatic leader. His proficiency are going to be with the longsword, the Morningstar flail, and a longbow. And he will attempt to specialize in these as we progress. The next thing, I'm not even going to talk about the next thing we're going to do. We're going to let this series flow and see where it goes. Okay, there we go. Now we can see. Appearance has already been pre-generated, and his voice, he is going to be commanding.
Feel my power.
There you go. Feel my power as a grumpy gnome. And we're done with him. So, boom. And name, Guenter. Done. Okay, accept. Okay, number 2 is going to be his brother. And this is going to be the oldest of the 4 brothers. And this is Helmut. Now, one thing I didn't say or mention before, this is actually based on 4 real brothers. And of course they're not gnomes, but they are 4 brothers that have played an interesting role in my life. So, Helmut is the oldest of the 4, and in real life, Helmut was a psychologist. And so it would only seem fitting to make him the priest of the bunch. So he is a male gnome, priest of, how do you want to say that? Is that Tyre? Tyre. And he is neutral good in alignment. And you're going to find 2 neutral goods in this party. His strength is 18. His dex is 18. Maxed out his constitution. Yes, if you haven't figured it out yet, these characters are min-maxed. 16 intel, 10 wisdom, maxed out at 17 for a gnome, and his charisma is a 10. And you guys know, if you know the game, he's got all the pre-spells. It's just a matter of which ones is he memorizing. Okay, here I think, yeah, that's good. Done. His voice is going to be the default voice because that is what I think is the most priestly.
Onward! I feel this is my rightful place.
And that line right there kind of sold me on the cleric line. So his name is Helmut. And we're done. Except him. The second oldest I'm sorry. We're going for the baby now. The youngest brother in the group is Wolfgang. and he'll be at the bottom. There we go. And Wolfgang is a male gnome thief. He was not a thief in real life, but I can tell you this. He was a corporate manager, and I have a grudge about corporations, and for some reason the whole hierarchy thing doesn't work for me. Neither does the income inequality. And that's my political rant for now. Anyway, he's going to be the thief of our group. He is chaotic good. He's got an 18 strength, 18 dex, maxed out constitution at 16, intel 9, wisdom 9, and I had points left over. Hey, he's the baby. Let's make him charismatic also. His appearance, it's going to change. Later in life, he's going to get something that's going to darken his clothes a little bit. That's the only hint I'm going to give to that right now. And yeah, we're done. Okay, he is going to have Alvius's voice, because this one is kind of thief-ish.
Have at you! I'm an excellent leader. Some of us need our beauty sleep. I adore tedium. It's vastly preferable to screaming and running for our lives.
He kind of thievy-ish, so welcome to the jungle. And his name is Wolfgang. Okay, and accept. And finally, we get to the second oldest brother, which is going to be Hans. And he'll be right down where the H's are. There we go. Hans. Now, Hans is a male gnome illusionist. And he also is neutral good. Because, true story, when these four brothers grew up, the two oldest ones always picked on Wolfgang. And Guenter would always defend Wolfgang against the two older brothers. So there may have been a little animosity going on there, but that is why I made the two older ones neutral good, and Guenter and Wolfgang are chaotic good. Hans's strength is 18, dex 18, max constitution. Now here, the intelligence can actually go to a 19 because of the Nomi thing. Hey, become a Nomi. Subscribe to my channel, please. If you're watching this right now and you are not subscribed, please do so. If you're watching me on Twitch, please hit the follow button. But don't stop there. Please go out and tell everybody you know. I used to say tell 10 family, friends, and pets about my channel. No, it's summertime. Kids are on break. Go tell everybody you know. Share my videos. FaceTime. Snapchat. Whatever you're on. Okay, here we go. Known spells. I took Identify, and I'll talk about that in a minute. We took Reflected Image, and we took Sleep. I had to take one illusionist spell, and that's where Reflected Image came in. Sleep is probably one of the most OP first level spells you can have. It is a very good anti-group spell. So, and Identify, we'll get into that in a minute. His proficiency is going to be with a sling. Here, yeah, we'll keep him at that. I think I was going to change him around a little, but I like it. And because he is an illusionist, he is going to have a scholarly voice.
Let's give them a right thrashing. Well, of course. I am the obvious choice.
So, there we go. And, done. Name, Hans, boom. And there are the four brothers. Welcome back, guys. Here we go. Play. We're going to do core rules. The only reason we're going to go to normal is to write spells into our spell book. But I'm going to try my best to play this game out in core. Venture forth. Stand by.
Nestled atop the cliffs that rise from the Sword Coast, the citadel of Candlekeep houses the finest and most comprehensive collection of writings on the face of Farron. It is an imposing fortress, kept in strict isolation from the intrigues that occasionally plague the rest of the Forgotten Realms. It is secluded, highly regimented, and it is home. Within these hallowed halls of knowledge, your story begins. You have spent most of your 20 years of life within this keep's austere walls, under the tutelage of the sage Gorion. Acting as your father, he has raised you on 1,000 tales of heroes and monsters, lovers and infidels, battles and tragedies. However, one story was always left untold, that of your true heritage. You have been told that you are an orphan, but your past is largely unknown. Lately, Gorion has been growing distant from you, as if some grave matter weighs heavily on his heart. You have asked about his concerns as gently as possible, but your queries have been in vain. Your sole comfort is the knowledge that he is a wise man, and you know he will tell you when the time is right. Nonetheless, his silence is troubling, and you cannot help but feel that something is terribly wrong. Today, Gorion has appeared more agitated than ever, and now he has uncharacteristically interrupted your chores in the middle of the day. Imparting hurried instructions for you to equip yourself for travel, he has handed you what gold he can spare, but given no clue as to why. Nevertheless, you now stand before the Candlekeep Inn, ready to purchase what you need for an unplanned and unexpected journey.
All right, here we go. Now, I did make a sacrifice in the beginning. I did want Guenter to be our protagonist. And the sacrifice that I made by not putting Hans up in the number 1 position is that Hans cannot take the Find Familiar spell. So he is going to be running at a minimum.
Yes?
Of,
with caution.
Well, let me say the maximum hit points he can have as a illusionist without a Find Familiar. So here we go. First spoiler, we're going to talk to Firebeat over here.
As needed.
It's hard to find decent folk nowadays.
Now he's putting us on a quest to find or to retrieve his identify scroll from Tethtoril, in the inner grounds. So yeah, we'll do that. But here is spoiler number 1. If you talk to Firebeat 30 times, he will actually dump 300 gold in your pocket. And in the early game, it could really help out. Now, for me, I'll get into that after we talk to him. So let's do this little trick here. So there was 1.
It's hard to find
2,
decent folk
3,
nowadays.
4,
It's hard
5,
to find
6,
decent folk
7,
nowadays.
8, 9,
It's hard to find
10,
decent
11,
folk nowadays.
12, 13,
It's hard to
14,
find decent
15,
folk nowadays.
16,
It's
17,
hard to find
18,
decent
19,
folk nowadays.
1,
It's hard to
2,
find decent
3,
folk nowadays.
5,
It's hard to find
6,
decent
7,
folk nowadays.
8, 9,
It's hard to find decent folk
10,
nowadays.
and there we go. There's our 300. All right. Now, I'm going to do something different in this game. If we don't have to buy it, we will not buy it. We're going to... I say this in every one of my games because it's kind of the way I play.
Think carefully.
But my characters, and especially dwarves and gnomes, have deep pockets and short arms, which means that they do not part with gold if they don't have to. So now Wolfgang is going to go and his little Kickstarter fund fundraiser thing, he is going to go collect some taxes from
If you insist.
from the locals to help the four brothers on their quest. So here we go. This chest actually is trapped, and I have set it, I don't want to say I've set it off. I have detected it before, but for some reason it doesn't detect well. And the only thing I could think about is whoever I used to detect it probably had some points already added into find traps. I put all of my points into pickpockets, and we'll get into that as we play along. So we're going to go ahead and open this. Now, there are two ways to open chests in this game. Number one, use a thief, pick the lock, and get into it. Number two is to use your strongest player and try to bash the chest open. Now, the difference is if you use a thief to pick it, you get the 10 experience points every time you pick a lock. Experience points is also gained from disarming traps, and there you get 25 experience points. If you use a strong character to bash the lock open, you will not get experience points for that. Okay. It's going to be a dagger. We'll take that. I know this is nickel dime stuff right now, but later on, we're not even going to bother with this. Okay. First charisma-based quest. You got two nobles up here, man and a woman. You want to engage them in conversation. Oh, wait, no.
No time to chit-chat.
No, doggone it, wrong person. Oops. No. Oh my gosh, I might have already blown this. Oh my God. Wolfgang has 18 charisma. It is on. So here we go. Yes, so basically what they did is they're talking about the monks that are outside, and the monks are the green-robed persons that are standing around. Those are your tutors, and I'll explain those in a minute also. But anyway, yes, darling, they are most standoffish. And I don't know. Anyway, you got a list of different dialogues that you can choose here. You want to use number 3. Oh, I would not let it concern you, my lady. Perhaps they're not used to wealth as yours. You are quite wealthy, are you not? Bring a lot of expensive jewelry with you. And they're going to say, well, perhaps it may have looked as though we were showing off. I'm going to go lock my jewelry back in the room, dear, so I don't offend them. So now, capital idea. Lovely. And they're going to take off and go upstairs. Now, they're going to go lock up their jewels, which is good because that's what we want. Now, I'm also going to take 2 people upstairs with me.
Ah, yes.
I'm going to take Guenter, and I'm going to take Wolfgang.
What is the plan?
Go upstairs.
As needed.
Now, I have an issue when it comes to authority. And, I mean, this might actually be a real life story here. And I do not admire, I'm trying to choose my words carefully here, the nobles in this game. The nobles have a real, I'm going to use an English term here, snooty attitude. And yeah, nobles really bother me. So anyway, he's going to go ahead and continue collecting
At your service.
taxes.
Fine.
Okay. Rule of thumb with sleeping people, if you don't bother them, they don't bother you. If you wake them up, you might have an incident. But anyway, he's not going to mind if we take the 4 gold, because after all, it's for a good cause. It's for our adventure. Another lock chest. Remember, you want to pick these. You don't want to break them open. Okay. Coming in here. Got another sleeping person here. Don't bother them. They don't bother you. It's a dwarf. Okay, so here we go. And he, I think, has a little bit more stuff with him. Yeah, there we go. We'll take that too. Thank you very much. Now we're going to come up here. And we're actually going to bring both.
Aid?
We're going to bring both people up here. So Guenter is going to come into the room first. And this is probably one of the most anti-good things that you can do. But we've got an issue with this noble here. He's a little bit resistant about wanting to part with his valuables to fund our trip. And we really tried to explain to him, hey man, you really need to fund us because we're 4 brothers and we're going on a quest. And it's for the greater good. That's the way we're going to sell it. So, because he is snooty and not parting with his contribution to us, we're going to go ahead and we're going to punch him. So, be sure to quick save before you do this, because you really want to knock him out on the first punch or 2. And as soon as you do, get away from him. Okay, there we go. I paused it. Now, Guenter, you've done your job. You back up. And now Wolfgang can collect the contribution to our quest.
Very well.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we're bottlenecked. No, let Guenter out. There you go. You, go over here.
Think
Wait
carefully.
for us. You,
What is it?
get in
If
there.
you insist.
Oh my god, I bottlenecked this again.
Of course.
Yes, with caution.
Let's try this one more time. There we go. There we go.
Yes.
You kind of want to do this quick before he wakes up, because if he wakes up and he sees you, he will call the guards. This chest up here is the 2 nobles that were downstairs. The only way that you're going to get into this chest is if you have a subclass human. So
Again?
basically
Yes.
any race other than a human, and you put all of your points into open locks. And I'm going to pause here just to show you what Wolfgang's stats are right now. So Wolfgang has right here. So his open locks, I went ahead, all the points he started with, I dumped it into open locks so I can get into that chest. The next thing I am going to dump all of my points into is going to be pickpockets, because there are 4 initial pockets I want to pick early game. I'm talking 2nd level, 3rd level. So as soon as Wolfgang levels up, pickpockets is the next thing we're going to go for. And after that, I'm probably going to start dividing the points between find traps, pickpocket, move silent, and hide in shadows. Just because. We'll just leave it at that. Okay. One thing you want to do before you leave the inn is talk to Winthrop.
As needed.
And because
My hotel's as clean as an elven arse.
you will never erase that image from your mind. Anyway, here's the clue here. Come to visit your old pal. So we have known Winthrop for a while. I'm talking years. Now, why would we go off on him and say that's outrageous? What kind of fool do you take me for? If I was an evilly aligned person, I may choose that just because I'm a bully. You know, there's a good school term for you guys. Don't be a bully. That's all I gotta say. As a substitute teacher, I have. Let me rephrase that. I'm a guest teacher, and I have seen my share of bullies, and Yeah, don't be a bully. Okay, so we're not going to do that. Okay, you were always the big kidder, Winthrop. It gets funnier every time. That's, of course, what we're going to do, because once again, he is an old pal of ours. The third one is, I fear I don't have that kind of entry fee. I suppose I'll return when I do. Nah. We're not going that route. So, you're always the big kidder. Okay, so anyway, just having some fun with you. Them monks walking around with poles in their nethers. Okay, young kids, if you need a definition of nethers, go ask your parents. Okay, no thanks. Sure, what do you got? And the only thing we're buying right now is one. Actually, it would be 1/4 of a quiver of crossbow bolts. See, they come in 20s, but it only costs 1 gold piece, so we're going to buy one. And that is for, spoiler, an errand that we have to run. Boom. Okay, here we go.
What is the plan?
We're done.
Yes.
Now, notice this tutor up here, this monk. The reason that this one is strategically placed here is that if you have not played this game, the game prompts you to want to go in a clockwise direction around Candlekeep. Since we already know all the quests that there are in Candlekeep, we're actually going to go counterclock.
At any cost.
And we're just going to knock them out as quickly as possible. I don't like to spend a lot of time in Candlekeep, and if I wasn't giving you all of this monologue, I would probably have already cleared half of this. So anyway, barrels, you can check them. Now, here, let's bring the other chest into view also, right here. So we got a barrel here, we have a chest over here. If you hit your tab key reveals all the different things that you can interact with. So you got barrel, you got this barrel, you got this chest, and then we got in purple, you got 2 doors. So that tab key is your friend in this game. Okay, we're going to go
You require
into,
aid?
this is the
For
bunkhouse.
now.
I'm sorry, the barracks. Let's go into the barracks. Okay, Fuller. Fuller is the captain of the guard, and he's going to send us on an errand.
Think carefully.
I should have joined the army.
This is your second charisma-based quest. Now, ugh, what a mead-filled night. That hull is too much. Poor sap. Had to go man the gates this morning, too. I don't know how he does it. What can I do for you anyway? Nothing, I'm just nosing around. Or, I was wondering if you had any errands I could run, because we're doing our chores. Errands. Yeah, actually, I need a quarrel of crossbow bolts. Could you get some from Winthrop in the inn? I'll reimburse you for it. Sure. And then, since we already got him, talk to him again.
I should have joined the army.
Oh, thanks, kid. I hear tell you might be leaving this. I hear tell you. I don't know. Whatever. That, for some reason, doesn't make sense, but watch your back out there, okay? Here, let me give you this dagger. My father killed a hobgoblin once with it many years ago. Stabbed him in the back. Okay, so anyway, as a reward, we're getting a dagger. Now, let's take a look at this dagger for a minute. So, because of our high charisma, we're actually getting a magic dagger. The blue hue around an item indicates it is magic. So, magic could be a blessing and it can be a curse. Rule of thumb, if you do not know what it does, do not equip it on your person. I happen to know what it does. And what I'm going to do is just pass it to each of my characters to see if they can identify it without using a spell. So to Guenter, it's just a +1 dagger. I'm sorry. Spoiler, it's just a dagger. Let's give it to Helmut, and he's going to look at it. Just a dagger. Wow, so much for spoilers in this game. Wolfgang's going to look at it. Still just a dagger. Let's give it to Hans. And still just a dagger. One of the abilities that would help you identify this thing better would be if you had a high lore. Now, lore is here it is. This is only a lore of 5. Wolfgang has 0 lore. Actually, wow. Helmut has 8. Guenter has 0. So Helmut would have had the best opportunity to identify that. And I believe Wolfgang is proficient
At your service.
with the dagger. Yes, I did make him proficient with dagger and short bow. So I know I let the cat out of the bag already. But +1 dagger is going to go to Wolfgang. Now, with the staff that all the players start the game with, you can see here that his base to hit armor class 0 is a 20. With the staff, he needs a 22 to hit something. And you're going to say, well, how can you get a 22 if you got this 20 here? Well, this is for armor class 0. Now, this game came out in 1998, and back then it was based on the first edition. I believe I once said, maybe twice, maybe 5 times, said that this game was based on 2nd edition Dungeons and Dragons. And that might be a true story, but it's based on 1st edition Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, and I will show you here in a minute, because to this day, I still have my 1st edition Advanced Dungeons and Dragon books. Now, unlike 5th edition that we're playing today, I don't want to say we're playing because I'm not even going to go into the political aspects of that. For some reason, they flipped armor class values. Back in the day, the lower your armor class, the better armored you are. That's the way I like to word it. For instance, if you're armor class 10, you're naked. If you're armor class -10, you are a tank. So it's really weird that they use the armor class to be the indicator on how easy or hard it is to hit somebody. But I guess what they try to do with that is they try to figure in some protection into the hit for the recipient of the hit. And also, you would also think that if you're a higher armor class, you're probably going to be more flexible. So for those of you who've watched Game of Thrones, for instance, you'll notice in one of the fights there, you got the from the Sand People. He is fighting one of the Lannisters' elite guards, and he is much quicker than the elite guard, and that's because he's wearing nothing but like robes, light attire, and he has a staff. Well, actually, he has a spear. And then the elite guard is wielding this giant 2-handed sword, so he's extremely slow. And that may be how some of that armor class can get figured into it. Anyway, we're totally going off into an unnecessary monologue here. All right. So I'm going to go ahead. Right now he needs a 22 to hit with the staff. If we give him this dagger, all of a sudden he needs an 18 now. So that really improved his ability to hit something. Awesome. Let's go. Moving on. So we fulfilled the quest. Move on.
As needed.
Oh, did we get Hull's things?
As needed.
I don't think we did. This is Hull's chest
For
over
now.
here. Now, this is one of the few rooms where you can actually go into a chest when there are other people in the room without penalty. Otherwise, if there are people in there and they catch you trying to break into a chest, they would, I don't want to say they may, because they will call the guard if they catch you. So here we go. Hull's sword. And the second part of the quest is this antidote here. That's going to be for,
Yes,
spoiler, Nessa.
for now.
But before you start getting all these visions of Nessa being a beautiful woman
Agreed.
and everything, Nessa's a cow. Here we go. This is the bunkhouse. And I am going to let the dialogue play out here because I'm not going to spoil it. And first of all, you,
Again?
there's a hint for you right there.
Ah,
Let's go in.
at any
I
cost.
have a blade with your name on it.
Okay. Well, that ended that conversation real quickly. So if somebody comes at you and says, I've got a blade with your name on it, that's conversation stopper right there. So you're Gorian's little whelp, aren't you? You match the description. You don't look so dangerous to me. And this is Carbos. Uh-oh. Yeah, oh, right here, Carbos. And Carbos is one of two brothers. His other brother is named Shank. I mean, go figure. So anyway, what business is that of yours? That I am. Do I know you? Or I am his child, if that's what you mean. Well, we're not really his child, but I guess we were raised to believe that. What business is that of yours? That's right. Let's go into ankle biter mode here. Boom. I'll make it my business if and I please. I just thought I'd have a look at you for myself before I put the blade down your gullet. Someone seems to think you're trouble, so I'm going to use your head for a ticket out of the gutter. Okay. Bring it on. Now, one of the nice features in this game is as soon as an enemy is detected, the game pauses, because that will allow you to set up your strategy for how you're going to deal with the game. In this case, we don't have much strategy. We're just gonna go right at it. So let's get out of pause. If we wanted to, just in case,
What is the plan?
select everybody and make sure that they're in attack mode. And hopefully, I didn't check to see if the AI is turned on or not. No, it doesn't appear to be. Oh, wow. And that was quick. So, Carbos just got filleted into 20 different pieces. So, yeah, that's how that works. He does have a dagger on him, so we're going to pick up his dagger. Also, a nice feature is this red diamond down here. This diamond tells you everything that is on the ground. So if you have group combat against a lot of enemies and you defeat all of them, just click on the red diamond and it will tell you what is on the ground from everybody that you have defeated. We'll take it. We're done. That's all that's in that room. There is a barrel in there, but it doesn't have anything in it. Okay, chest here.
Yes.
We'll take that.
Something on your mind?
All of you should watch yourselves carefully. There's been some strange men asking about Guenter. Okay. Good to know. Over here, the gate warden is going to approach us.
Our rules are very strict.
Now, if we were running only one character, one protagonist right now without the rest of the party. This would offer us a tutorial of mass combat. Because we're coming with 4 characters, we don't. He changed his dialogue, and he's basically just telling us that Gorion needs to talk to us. If you do choose to look him up on the tutorial for mass combat, he takes you into here. I believe it's this house here, and you basically get teleported into there. And what happens is it will create a holographic party for you. So you're here, it'll give you 5 more members in your party, and they all have different skills, and they all have different weapons. So you got ranged weapons, you got melee weapons, and then he creates a mob of enemies, monsters for you to fight against. Now, there are magic items that are virtual reality in the game, and even if you try to equip yourself with those, when you get teleported out, those items disappear. Now, there are also a couple chests in that room where you do combat. If you do go to those chests and you take all the mundane weapons that are there, those weapons will actually teleport out with you. So there's another little hint for you. Okay, this is the infirmary. We're going in. Okay, we're going to talk to this priest of Agma over here, and he is going to give us a potion of healing. Now, there is a second potion of healing in this chest right over here, and you may attempt to break into it. I don't think it's worth it, because not only do you have to watch this guy, but he also has a reader over here that can conveniently draw line of sight to what your thief is doing. So what I do is I take the free potion of healing, and then I move on.
You require aid as needed.
These walls contain the world's knowledge.
Okay. So this is something I used to do when I was little. And I know, coming from a guest teacher, this is the last thing you expect to hear. I was not the best student, and I would always use the "Are you sick?" to get out of class. You look rather healthy to me, but you never can tell. So, karma is the word of the day, because now, many decades later, I'm a guest teacher, and I get to deal with all the kids that come up and use this line on me. So, and especially growing up, my daughter, I feel sorry, because every time she used this, I would flash back to my reason for using that line. And yeah, trust had to be earned. That's all I'm going to say about that. So hopefully you're not offended by that, and you get a chuckle out of it. So anyway, you don't look sick, but anyway, yeah, here's a potion. Thank you. We'll take it. So we got us a potion of healing, and that's all we're going to do here. The reason I am monologuing this thing with a bunch of unnecessary details is because we're actually going to do a marathon run. And when I say marathon run, I've got the timer set for 4 hours, 55 minutes. And that's going to give me a 5-hour run, 4 hours and 55, plus 5 minutes to prepare a wrap-up. And just because I want to get this out there, and I really hope that you guys enjoy this. So this is Hull. He's the one who partied a little too hard last night, forgot his sword, which we picked up already. And this is number 3 of the charisma-based quests. So, he has a much nicer dialogue with us, and his reward for us is slightly more generous. So anyway, we got it, a sword. Let's give it back to him. Thanks, kiddo. Grind didn't bring you up half bad, did he? You're lucky to have grown up here in Candlekeep, to be honest. So this is actually a very friendly dialogue from somebody who is a very grumpy person. And there's probably only one person here who's grumpier than Hull. And here's a hint. We're going to talk to him next. So, anyway, here's 20 gold. If your charisma is less than 18, possibly 17, but I always play 18 charisma, this goes down to like 10. And even if you've got a very low charisma, it may even go lower than that, but I've never seen it because I've never played it. But we're going to take 20 gold from this.
Yes?
And let's move on.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, he also tells you, I think he tells you about Nessa, the reason for the antidote. Now, Reaver the Dwarf. So, this is probably the grumpiest person in Candlekeep.
By Moradin's hammer!
Okay. I thought I asked you to clean up the rats in the building yesterday already. Hop, do it. Get in there. Okay, so we got to go kill some rats. Now,
As Uncle Martha used to say, any day you live through is a good one.
thank you. So anyway, the staves that we start the game with are made out of wood. And I don't know if this is going to be much of a spoiler in this, but there is, and I think it was mentioned in the prologue, prelude, is that there is an iron crisis going on, and the iron is tainted, and it's very brittle. So if you're using a weapon right now, for instance, a sword, it could be a sword, a mace, a morning star, a flail, anything that has iron in it, there's a chance that it is going to break. The staves will not break because they're made out of wood. And if you have a magic item, it is also unbreakable. So we're going to get in there and kill some rats.
Again? Agreed.
Okay, so once again, enemies are sighted. And what we're going to go ahead and do is click on them. And then hopefully, I just want to watch to see if they automatically go to the next ones. Or if we have to physically put them on each one. And here we go.
Have at you!
Okay,
Fall!
so they automatically go to the next
Take that!
the next enemy. Okay, I'm pretty sure the one that's back here came out.
Agreed.
Yeah, it did. And you guys are probably saying, hey, man, there's cats in this room. Why aren't they getting the rats? Well, let's just say that they've got catitude. We have to do the... Yeah, to show you where we're at on this hierarchy of the food chain, we have to do the job of cats. So, go figure. Okay. Got 3 things in here. You got barrel, crate, and barrel. This is the only one that has anything in it.
Ah, as needed.
Talk to Reaver again, and he's going to give us an awesome reward.
By Moradin's hammer!
Aye, yes, killed them like the rats they are. A glorious battle unlike this world has ever seen. Here's 5 gold pieces. Don't spend it all in one place. Golly gee, Reaver, thanks. So, that's Reaver. Gotta love him. I love dwarves. I love dwarves. I love gnomes. I love the short people. Short people. No, I'm not going to do that because I have family members that get very upset when I start singing that song. Okay, priests, temples. This is the temple of Agma. This is another priest of Agma. When you come across
contain the world's knowledge.
when you come across a priest or a temple, you have a number of things that you can do to interact with it, kind of like Winthrop at the inn. So, I am pleased to see that you've taken the time to pay tribute to wise Agma. So here we go. I was wondering what you had to offer, or good day. So here we go. If you are playing an evilly aligned character, you may come across a time that you need to raise your reputation. Because as soon as your reputation goes down to, I believe it is a 3 or a 5, and both of those are going to be a disliked reputation, if not straight out hated, you will start to be attacked by the Flaming Fist mercenaries and by bounty hunters that are out to stop your evilly reputationed way. So you can make donations for I know the first raise of 1 reputation point is 100 gold pieces, and if you want to go more than 1 reputation point, I do not know how much you have to donate, if you can even go more than 1. So don't quote me on that. 100 will get you 1 reputation. Also, cures. If your party has taken any injuries in Candlekeep, you can go ahead and do your curing here. You can even raise the dead if you've got a dead party member. Obviously, if you're playing a solo game and you're by yourself, I mean, let's say without companions right now, you cannot raise yourself, because once the protagonist dies, it goes into a cutscene and you have to reload the game. And if you want to stock up on some potions, you can do so. And also, this Stone to Flesh is going to come into play later in the game. We're not going to buy it. And if you have any items to be identified, i.e. that dagger we got, you can go ahead and identify items. And for, I believe it is $100 for each item to identify it. $100? No. 100 gold pieces. So, anyway, we're done.
What is the plan?
That's how temples work.
With caution.
With caution. Okay, over here, Dreppen. Now, first thing we're going to do is get Philidia's book.
What do you need?
So Philidia left one of her books here again. It's in the hay over there beside the cow. If you can run it over to her and then come back, I've got more plans for you. See, first of all, why wouldn't he just deluge all these plans that he's got at one time? Why do we have to go and then come back? Number 2, and this is going to get a little bit visual here. What was Philidia doing in the hay? That's all I got to say. And maybe Dreppen knows something about that or can answer that question. But anyway, here we go. Philidia's book is right here. Remember that gorgeous woman I was talking about whose name is Nessa? This is her right here. The cow. So, let's talk to Dreppen again.
What do you need?
Nice day, ain't it? Too bad Nessa here ain't feeling it. Anyway, she's been sick and all. Need to get her one of them potions of antidote off a Hull. He stayed up drinking last night and got hauled out of bed. Anyway, so, yeah. But you know what? We already grabbed it. So, let's give it to Dreppen.
What do you need?
Here ye a wonder ye are. Stick with me and we'll go far. Well, okay. Stick with me and we probably never get out of here. So, anyway, that's Dreppen. And I thought she changes. No, she's still Cal. Okay.
You require aid?
That was Nessa. And I'm pretty sure.
What do you need?
Think carefully.
Yep, Nessa sure liked that potion. Okay, we're done here. Let's get into this room here. This is the priest quarters. Oh, you can't see that. There you go. And it is
With caution.
open.
Hello.
Okay, remember Carbos? This is his brother Shank. Oh, goody goody, I've gone and found ye first. You're the Ward of Garion, no doubt. I am. What can I do for you? I do not recognize you. Who are you and what are you doing here? Or leave me be. I have pressing matters that I need to attend to. Well, my first question is, what are you doing in the priest quarters? So right away he's sus. Now, he doesn't speak proper English. So no, I'm not going to be polite to this guy. I do not recognize you. Who are you and what are you doing? That's what we're going to do. Who I am is unimportant, but who you are is very much so. I apologize for this dirt. All of a sudden he gets this, perfect English speech going on. I apologize for this dirty bit of business, but I must seek your death. A pity, I know, but it would seem that your head is worth an exceptional amount to me. I kill you myself and need not share the credit with anyone. All right, bring it on. And once again, it goes paused. Make sure everybody knows the assignment. And here we go. And that, as they say, is that. And the funny thing is, you're actually going to see that line used in this playthrough. So anyway, we're going to take his dagger. And then there are a lot of things to interact with in here. Well, 5. And only 3 of these actually have stuff in them. So we're going to grab Wolfgang.
Ah, hello.
Hello! And we're going to go to the chest here.
If you insist.
I do. And it is locked, so we're going to get our 10 experience. And quite frankly, the 10 experience is more worth to me than the dagger. Barrel is empty. 8 gold right here. We'll take that. Then we had 2 things over here. This one is empty. This one has, dun 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 dun, a warhammer. So,
Again, for now.
it just so happens that one of our characters, yes, the cleric, Helmut, happens to be proficient. No! Don't tell me I did that. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm not going to say I screwed this up, because now that I'm thinking about it, I do want the mace first. Spoiler. Helmut will become proficient with the warhammer. So, it doesn't matter. We'll just take the warhammer right now.
Ah,
Okay, that scared me for a minute. Okay, Parda here. All of you should watch yourselves carefully. There's been some strange men asking about Guenter. All right. Thanks, Parda.
what is the plan? Think carefully.
The plan is to get out of Candlekeep. And yeah, we've spent more than enough time here already. Let's get into this game. Once you leave Candlekeep, you've got a very important decision to make. This is Philidia.
As Uncle Martha
Hello
used
there.
to say, any day you live through is a good one.
Hello there. Have you seen my copy of the History of Halrua anywhere? You know how I can't stand the constant shuffling of arthritic feet up in the library, so I thought I'd get a bit of fresh air just east of here. Oh, I hate being so absent-minded. Please, if you find it, I really do need it back. Oh, so your story for being in the hay is constant shuffling of arthritic feet. Yeah, we believe you. Okay, so here we go.
Hello there.
Oh, my book. You remind me of Gorion when you grin like that. Yeah, you don't want to know why I'm grinning. Okay, raising you's been hard on him, I know. Blah, blah, blah. Toil of love, toil of destiny. Blah, blah, blah. You guys can read it if you want. Okay, one more thing to do before we get out of here. And that is...
You require aid?
Nope. We got to go talk
At any
to
cost.
Tethtoral here in the Intergrounds. Now, if you are familiar with the Forgotten Realms, you know all about these chanters right here. These... Anyway.
Hide away that which should not see the sun's light.
So their chanting is like about prophecies and things. Tethtoral should be right around here.
Greetings, young one.
And Firebead sent you, hasn't he? Very well. Return the scroll to him, but then hurry up and speak with him. He's waiting. So, two choices you've got right now. Number one, you return the scroll to Firebead and you collect what is rightfully yours. Or number two, you can keep the spell and actually memorize it, and then you will have the identify spell in your spell book. For me, it's more important to get the experience points. So we are going to return it. When you're dealing with a limited number of party members, right now, experience points and leveling up are one of the, I'm going to say, top two priorities. The only priority that I would place above leveling up is getting the weapons and armor that we are proficient with. And that's probably going to be our first priority in this game too. So anyway, let's come on in
Carefully.
Let's talk with Winthrop first. And the reason I want to do this, let's bring everybody over to make sure they're in range. Now let's talk to Winthrop.
My hotel's as clean as an elven arse.
Yeah. So just in case you erased that image in your mind, you're welcome. There it is again. So anyway, good to see you here. Anyway, is there anything I can do for you? Yeah. What we're going to do right now is sell everything that we have collected so far in Candlekeep. The reason we're doing this, number one, we want the gold. Number two, we're freeing up our inventory so we can collect more stuff on the way. So we don't want a room, but we do want to sell stuff. So we are going to sell this and this and this, and we're going to sell that, and that's everything you've got to sell. Okay, do you have anything? You got a Warhammer? I don't think we need that right now, so we'll just take the 1 gold for it. You probably noticed the identify scroll that was there.
What is it?
For some reason, I think that might actually be
My hotel's as
carefully.
clean
Fire
as an
beats.
elven arse.
Anyway, I accidentally hit the done button instead of going to the next person. You've got dagger, silver necklace. You've got a flame dance ring. See, these are the things that came from those nobles. And right here, we're talking big bucks. I believe these 3 items right here came from that noble couple that we talked with. And these are the jewels that they stashed in theirs. So, I mean, 1,750 gold is huge this early in the game. And that's it. And do you have anything? Nope, you don't. You do have some scrolls, but he doesn't want them. So we're done here. If we wanted to, we could buy weapons and armor and stuff like that. I was going to... Doggone it, do we want to do that? Because, see, my dilemma right now... Let me pause for a second. My dilemma right now is, do we knock out all of the regions that are right next to Candlekeep? Because these are all the first level regions. And these are going to have things like wolves, they'll have bears, gibberlings. Gibberlings are like mosquitoes. You know, they swarm and they're just a nuisance. I almost want to clear everything in the regions here, only so we don't have to come back to them again. The other option would have been to go find our weapons first and then just mow through these regions. But it would probably make for a better video if we did it this way. And I'm wondering now, do we want to attempt to do it with what we can find, or should we reach deep into our pockets, pull out a little bit of gold, and purchase some things? Now, let me re-emphasize something. I normally like to find the items out there in the field, but there are out here in the field. Okay, now that I got that tune in your head, there are certain items that we will not find out there. For instance, slings. And it's almost worth it to purchase those items. Let's do that. I'm going to make some purchases right now of the things that I know we're not going to find anytime soon that will help us clear this area. So let's talk to Winthrop.
My hotel's as clean as an elven arse.
You're welcome. Here we go. So I think it might be easy. Well, no, we'll try to do this. Okay, Guenter, you are proficient with a longsword and you are proficient with a long bow. It is going to be a long time before we actually see a composite bow, so I am going to purchase that for him. I am also going to get him some arrows, and I am only going to buy 10. Now, when you're buying arrows, 12 is the magic number, because 12 will get you 3 full quivers of arrows. But I know something that's going to happen, and we're actually going to pick up the other 40 arrows. So I'm only going to buy 10. And do I want to buy armor right now? Not really. But you know what? Let's play this as if we were going to play this for the first time. And what I would do if I were playing this for the first time is I would equip my party. So I'm going to buy him Splint Mail because he is our frontliner. And I am going to get him a shield. Do I want a shield? Well, I do want a helmet. I'm thinking, do I want a shield? Yeah, we can get him a shield too. And let's do a large shield. Okay. So now he's fully equipped. The only thing he's missing is a long sword, but let's not worry about that right now. So I'm going to buy this. And it's going to cost 251 gold for everything I just bought him. Okay. Now, next person. Helmut. I thought you sold this. Okay, we're going to sell it. And now, what are you going to purchase for your trip? Well, he is proficient with a mace. But you know what? I don't think I'm going to buy him the mace. Because I don't intend on him getting into combat. So I am going to get him a sling. Because he needs a long-range weapon. Or a long-range attack method. And, of course, if you're buying a sling, you got to buy the bullets to go with it. And here, 12 is the magic number. Boom, boom. Done. Now, armor? Sure. We'll buy the chain. No, we won't. As a matter of fact, I'm regretting buying the... I'm regretting the decision we made to buy the other armor. But it's too late now. You know what? I'm going to get it. And I'm trying to think if there's a mace. I don't remember. And let's go ahead and get him a large shield because he's going to be sword and board. And let's go ahead and get him a helmet also. The helmet protects against critical hits. So it kind of is important if your person is going to be a melee person. So he's done. Done. Okay. Nuts on a biscuit. I did it again.
My hotel's as clean as an elven arse.
I just had to let that play out again. Here we go. Wolfgang, let's go ahead and... I'm not going to get you anything. Yeah, you heard correctly. I'm not getting him anything. And here, for Hans, we actually want to get him a sling. Because we're not going to find... We are going to find one in the game that we are going to get here very shortly. But you know what? To get us through the initial combats, I think that's going to be good. Did we buy the chainmail? We did not. That's okay, because he's going to be in the back also, slinging away. And that's all we're buying him. Because he can't wear a helmet. Now we're done. Okay, before we go on, we need to equip our people. Our people. So here you're going to have that. You're going to have a shield. And you're going to have, oh, here we go. 80, 80, and then here's 40 right there. Take a helmet. Boom. Look at how majestic he looks now. And you're going to have a composite longbow. Potion of healing. Go into the quick item slot. And he's done. So now he is at a armor class of 0. If we take everything off of him, He's a 6, and that's only because his dexterity bonus takes him to a -4. So everybody starts at 10. Dexterity of 18 takes him down 4 to a 6. Once you put splint and a shield on him, now he's at a 0. So that helped a lot. Okay, number 2. You've got the scroll that we're going to get rid of. And why do you not have the sling and bullets that we bought you? Okay, my bad. You can just hold on to that. Wait a second. Yeah, we didn't buy you anything. And why do you not have the stuff we purchased? Hello.
Again, for
My
now.
hotel's as clean as an elven
Did we
arse.
mess this up? Here. Sling. Where's my sling? There it is. Sling. Buy it. Bullets. Where are my bullets? And 12 is the magic number. Buy it. Okay, now it is in our inventory over here. Perfect. Nuts on a biscuit. I think we're good with that. You come in here. Bullets. 12 is the magic number. Buy it. And sling. Buy it. Perfect. Now, done. There they are. Sling goes up here. Bullets, you can actually just drop it on them. And they'll automatically place themselves. Okay, and you. Gonna get this. Gonna get this. Gonna get this. And you've got a sling also. Awesome. Let's get out of here. So, last thing we got to do is give Firebeat his scroll back.
For now.
Actually, let's bring everybody over. Because everybody wants to see this display of pyromancy.
It's hard to find decent folk nowadays.
Ah, glad to see that age has not hardened your heart towards an old man such as myself. I'll take the Identify Scrolls. I have a great use for them. So he cast a spell on us. I don't know what it is. It's like a protection from evil. Okay.
What is the plan?
Plans to get out
At
of here.
any cost.
Here we go. And let's go to the center grounds. We're actually going right to thar. So let's click on that. Yeah, I don't know how much time. Holy nuts, we've spent almost an hour in Candlekeep.
I am very proud of you, as I'm sure Gorion is.
Okay. Go to Gorion and listen. Well, where do you think we're heading, dude? Here we go.
Hey, it's me, Emmowen.
It is Emmowen. Now, Emmowen, she's annoying. But she's not the most annoying. Not only is she not the most annoying, she's not the second most annoying or the third most annoying, but she is annoying. Here we go. I'm surprised that old stuffy Gorion let you get away from your studies and chores. Old Fiddle Faddle snuck off too. Okay, old Puffguts Winthrop is looking for me. I've got all day to do his chores. Blah, blah. You got time for a story? No, I'm afraid I can't chat, little one. Leave me be. I've no time to waste on you. That would be a nice evil response. I'm sorry, child, but I am not to tell anybody about what I'm doing. I must go. Nah, that's not me. We're extroverts. We like to talk. So I can't chat. But little one, this is friendly dialogue. Little one, I'm not that much younger than you, or whatever, shorter relatively anyway. So here we go. All right then, I get the message. I'll see if you can go with us. there's no way you can come. He wouldn't allow it. Or you would only slow us down. Nah, we're still friendly. Here. Oh, don't be silly. Gorion would never let you finish the sentence. And that's that. So, oh, right here. Especially after what that letter of his said. Did I just say that? No, of course I didn't. Never saw no letter. Nope. So, yeah. She's sus also. And now,
You require aid?
this is Gorion. We're going to talk to him.
With caution.
Oh, my child, I am glad I have found you.
So this is very unnerving. You must trust me. Anyway, we got to go. He's telling us to go buy the stuff that we need to go on a journey. Or we can tell him we're ready to go now. You know what? We're ready to go right now.
Listen carefully. If we ever become separated, it is imperative that you make your way to the Friendly Arm Inn. There you will meet Khalid and Jahira. They have long been my friends, and you can trust them. Let's hurry, child. The night can only get worse, so we must find shelter soon. Don't worry. I will explain everything as soon as there is time. Wait, there is something wrong. We are in an ambush. Prepare yourself.
You're perceptive for an old man. You know why I'm here. Hand over your ward and no one will be hurt. If you resist, it shall be a waste of your life.
You're a fool if you believe I would trust your benevolence. Step aside and you and your lackeys will be unhurt.
I'm sorry that you feel that way, old man.
Get out of here!
The dawn is especially cruel this morning. You awake with the realization that you have not been living some horrible dream. Ambushed, you saw Gorion cut down before your eyes, and even his powerful magic could not stop the onslaught. It was his wish that you flee, but that does not remove the feeling of helplessness that now overwhelms you. Hand over your ward, the armored fiend had said. He was after you and you alone, but why? If only Gorion had given some clue. But now you are alone and lost. Candlekeep is near, but you will find no quarter there. The readers pay for their serenity with rather draconian entry rules, and without Gorion's influence, their doors will remain closed. You will not last long on your own with your meager equipment. Perhaps you can get some help from the friends Gorion mentioned, the ones at the Friendly Arm.
Awesome. Journey onward. So anyway, there is our cue for where we are supposed to be heading.
Hey, it's me, Emmeline.
So, sorry I followed you, but I never get out of Candlekeep, and those monks are such a bore. Never anything decent coin in their pocket either. I saw Gorion, and I'm sorry. Kind of figured something bad might happen out here. So anyway, how could I have known? Gorion didn't even tell me. I don't want you looking over my shoulder as I travel. Take your nosy little self back. No, that's not us. So we're going to use the friendly line. I accidentally read a letter on his desk the other day. Can't remember exactly what it might have said. Anyway, it's on his body. I'm not going to let you wander around here alone. Never let a friend down. No, sir. Stick with you till the end. So this is where you get Emmeline in your party.
You're a queer fellow.
So basically the way I'm spinning this is because she is a really, 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 really close friend.
As Uncle Martha used to say, any day you live through is a good one.
Because she is a really, 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 really close friend of ours, I am going to say that she wanted to make sure that we were well equipped. So she ran us out 3 more potions of healing. So everybody now has 1. She also ran us a staff, a wand of magic missiles, which I am going to give to the illusionist. And this is an oil of speed, which is going to go to Wolfgang. She also has a short bow, which is going to go to Wolfgang. And here are 40 arrows that I'm going to give to Wolfgang because we didn't buy him any. Shoot. That's okay. That's another bad on my part. But anyway, we're done with her. Thank you, Emmeline, for running after us and making sure that we're well equipped for our trip.
What you want?
So, just like that, but we're friends and everything. Been friends for years, I guess. I guess I'll just wait here till you need me. So actually, she will wait right here. If we ever want to pick her up, this is where she'll be. And now we're back to just the 4 of us. What we're going to do at this point is we're going to make our way up to this ambush site. And let's find out what was dropped up here.
With caution.
Now, I still think I'm going to clear this region. Only because. I don't want to have to come back here again. So here you can see the little piles of things that are on the ground. And you can see Gorian's body over here. So technically speaking, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 piles. But down here, this is the contents of all of those piles. So to make it real simple, just take one person and pick up everything and then distribute it. Or you can go ahead and just pick things up as each person can use the items. Now, remember I didn't buy myself a longsword? Well, there's a longsword right there. I'll take it. And also, here is a morning star. I will take that. Here is a short bow. That short bow is going to go to... Actually, I've already got one. It would have gone to Wolfgang, but he got Emmeline's. And here's another magic item. Once again, I know what this does, but if you don't know what it does, do not equip yourself with it. We got some leather armor. We got another dagger. And then here is Gorian's scroll. Please forgive the abruptness. I'm not going to read all this. You guys can read it. But this is basically a scroll that was given to Gorian to let him know of the importance of what's going on in the region right now. Despite my desire to remain neutral, I could not in good science. Okay. Should anything go awry, don't hesitate to seek travelers along the way. That's kind of a clue to players in this game, that if you do find companions that want to join you, you might want to take them. Anyway, if you don't know who to take or who to go after, this is telling you, should you need additional assistance, Jaheira and Khalid are up at the Friendly Arm Inn. There's the second reference to the Friendly Arm Inn. So you would think that that's probably where we want to go. And good old E down here. Once again, if you are familiar with Forgotten Realms, you know exactly who E is. If you're not familiar with the Forgotten Realms, don't worry. We're going to meet him in a minute. So here we go.
Yes?
To clear or not to clear? That is the question. I'm going to give this over to you so you can identify it eventually. Another potion of healing. We'll put that up here. Leather armor. Who's going to get that? I'm going to actually give that to Wolfgang. And I may as well... Oh, no, I don't need this score. But I could use that. I'm going to stick this here, even though I'm not... No, you know what? I'm not going to put that. I'm going to put that there. I'm going to put this here. So this is my priority of weapons. Number one, I would always use a ranged weapon before a melee if I can, because if you can take down an enemy from a distance, why would you risk getting in hand-to-hand combat? I mean, it may seem cowardice to do that, but no, it's common sense. So if I do get into melee, I am most proficient with the longsword. See, even with the Morning Star, I need an 18. With this, I only need a 17. This, I need a 17. So these two are identical right now. The Morning Star, that needed an 18. But the reason I took it is because I needed a blunt weapon. Why do we need a blunt weapon? Because we're going to have skeletons in this game. I'm going to take another stack of 80, pass those over to Wolfgang. And we're done here. You are good to go. Put that in a quick slot in case you need it. You are quick slot. And you know what? I'm going to actually put the oil of speed right there. And let's give you some arrows. Okay. And here's your bow. I always like to keep a melee weapon in the number 1 slot and then put the ranged weapon in the number 2 slot. It just makes it easier when you're going back and forth that you know where everything is. He is going to wear the armor, and that took him from an armor class of 6 down to an armor class of 4. So awesome! And don't think there's anything to do with you other than give... Oh my god, there's a lot to do with you. Put potion of healing. You've got the wand of magic missiles. And you've got this magic item, which is going to need identifying. See the green around here? That means that we can write these into our spell book. And the green indicates that we already don't have them. We do not have them in our book yet. So what I like to do here is take this, go to gameplay, kick it down to normal, and then this means that we can automatically copy the spells into our book. So here, write magic, it is in our book. Here, write magic, it is in our book. And this is something I always forget to do. Come back to gameplay, go back to core. There we go. All right, we have picked up everything. We might as well take the scroll too. And the scroll is usually the first thing I put in the scroll case. I have not found a use for that scroll yet in this game. I don't know if we need it or what. Gibberling! These are the things that are very annoying. So first thing I want to do, make sure everybody has their ranged weapon selected. So yes.
Yes?
Yes.
You cold?
Yes.
Yes.
And yes. So now let's see if we can take this thing out with a ranged weapon.
What is the plan?
Take him out. And he goes down. So perfect. That is the benefit of a ranged weapon.
Think carefully.
There, we don't see anything here, which means he didn't drop anything. Okay, whenever you get to the edge of a region, you always want to open up what's around it. So here, we're going to click up here, and we're not going to see anything. The reason we're not seeing anything here is because this area is Cloakwood, and you don't get to Cloakwood until after you've completed the bandit camp. So we can't go here and check it out. When we get to Friendly Arm, you can't go to the west and open it up because you just won't see anything. Okay, let's continue.
You require aid. Agreed.
I do not require aid, but thank you for asking. Now, usually the way I do this, in the Navy, we had something that was called an expanding square. And an expanding square is a maneuver that the ship used to locate man overboard. If we lose a shipmate over the side, we would go into a expanding square maneuver, which is where you basically have a center point and then you start building a square around the center point and you work your way out. We are going to do a reverse expanding square, which means we're going to do everything in the outside perimeter first and then work our way towards the center. See, there's a bear. Now, the bear is neutral right now because it's blue, and you can see that we've got that dialogue there where we can communicate with it. If we had a ranger in our party, we can actually charm the bear. But what we're going to do is we're actually going to put bear on the menu. So you can go aggro on the bear, which will instigate it to go into hostile behavior. So I know that we all have our ranged weapons ready. So we are going to go ahead and select the attack button, and we just instigated combat. Now, bear big, my brothers small. There's a saying that the Skaven in Warhammer have. He who runs away lives to fight another day. And yes, in this game it's known as kiting your enemy. So we do not want to get in combat with this thing because he can basically one-shot any of our little people, for lack of a better word. So what we're going to do is we're going to attempt to run away from him. Now, granted, this is unrealistic because in real life you cannot outrun a bear. But this does put a little bit of distance between us. And then we're just going to run until we can't run no more. And nope. Oh, the yellow indicates that the bear now is frightened. And he should not attack us because he's more concerned with his own survival right now than attacking us. And there he goes. And you know what? It was worth 175 to pull that cowardly act that we did. Okay, let's continue our clearing quest. Actually, why don't we come right through here and clear that area as long as we're there. And here we go.
Think carefully.
Okay, I will. And see, these are the little first level things that we encounter on this part of the map. And I just want to get this over with so we don't have to come back and do this again. There may be a second bear that we encounter. And this right here, my clearing all of this fog of war, it is just something I do. You can call it OCD, you can call it me being anal or what, but it's just something I have to do for my own sanity. Okay, this dude right here that you can barely see, this is Chase. And it's a sensitive topic, but he wants to jump. And let me interject here for a second. If you or somebody that you know is considering or even mentioning anything about suicide, get help for them. I can relate to this, not that it has ever affected me, but being a veteran, I do know that there are a lot of my brothers and sisters out there.
As Uncle Martha used to say,
that
any day you live through is a good one.
This is something they have to deal with. So definitely get help for them.
Don't touch me. I might catch something.
So here we go. Well, hello. Well, I was about to tell you not to come any closer, but not that it ever works, does it? Well, regardless, should remain true. Don't come any closer or I'll jump. Yeah, you heard me. I'll do it too, so don't come any closer again. Don't try it. And if you're evil, and see, this game came out long before the whole politically correctness movement came into effect. We can tell them, okay, do it. Or, you know what, down here, this is even worse. By all means, jump if you must. More air for the rest of us. But you know what? We're good. No, by all the gods, don't do it. There's so much to live for. And you're right, of course. What a fool I was to think that I would solve anything. It didn't solve anything last time I stood here and was stopped. So here we go. So this guy's been, he tried this before. Anyway, gosh darn it. I really didn't want to, I don't want to get into topics like that. I know I like to rant sometimes about politics, but anyway. I guess I want everybody to know that I sincerely have feelings. So, anyway, he goes off. Now, truth be told, whichever option you choose, he will not jump. So that's all I'm going to say about that. Let's get on to happier things. It's hard to envision happier things when you're playing a game that's all about hack and slash. Like killing innocent bears. But you know what? We got to survive. And the way I'm looking at it is we just put some bear meat into our packs. And that's what that's for. Holy nuts on a biscuit. I'm getting tired. And we've only begun. I started doing something. This is going to be another rant. But I sometimes wonder if anybody out there actually watches me just for my ranting. And my rant is that I started walking probably a couple months ago. And my preferred area to go walking was the mall. And I am going to make a statement now, which I believe holds more truth than anybody has ever given thought to. Wolves, this is probably the hardest animal to defeat because you cannot outrun the wolf. So we're basically going to have to get off as many shots into this thing as we can and once we are done, or once this thing engages us, we need to go to melee weapons. So let's get the shots off into this. And before it gets too close, he is going to go to his melee weapon. And I'm going to try to hold back Wolfgang, even though he has a +1 dagger. His armor class is not very survivable against this. So Guenter is going to be the only person who's going to be in hand-to-hand. And then these three are going to be back doing their missile attacks. And you see by Guenter engaging the wolf in hand... Oh my god, that went fast. By him engaging it in hand-to-hand, these three are protected. That was quick. I wasn't expecting it to go that quick.
At any cost.
And the only thing that I can probably credit to that quick kill is the strength that he's bringing to the fight. Oh my god, there's our second bear. Guess what? Bear is back on the menu. So, where is he? There you are.
What is the plan?
The plan is back to the missile weapon. And
You
here we go.
require aid?
No, I don't. We're going to aggro the bear. And here we go. One more? Nope, not one more. Let's run.
Yes.
I thought we might be able to get one more shot off, but not to happen. And can we do it now?
None stand against me.
Nope, still running. Okay, don't get bottlenecked into these areas where you can't escape from. You always want to give yourself a way out if you're running. Of course, we might drop them now. Here we go. There we go. Perfect. Another 175 experience. We'll take it. Ah, nuts. Most people wouldn't even bother with a little patch like that, especially if you know there's not anything in there. But it's just me. So we're going to clear that. Okay, where are we going from here? We can go back down to here, or we can go up to here, or we can cut across the middle, which wouldn't make any sense. But we're going to go the southern route. We're going to come down here because... just because. That's all I'm going to say. Those of you that have played this game already know what's coming up. Here's a hint. 4 is actually a good number to take in a pre-created party because a lot of your companions that you are going to encounter come in pairs. Well, busy day for meat indeed. Strange noises through the nights, and now a plethora of people strolling about the woods. You look a touch more hospitable than the last 2 I met. Well met, stranger. I am called Ruleset. Okay. Stand away from me. No, we're not that person. Could you help me? My foster father and I were attacked, and I don't know what to do. I would use your assistance, or I would have it. I was ambushed last night and require whatever help you can give. You saw 2 people in the woods? I was told to meet friends at the Friendly Arm Inn. Yeah. I don't think I ever read that one before, but once again, third indicator about Friendly Arm Inn. And you know what? I normally run a paladin in this game, and this is the one I always choose. I would have your assistance. I was ambushed and require whatever you can give. I'm going to do this one this time because he probably will tell us go north. Oh, I doubt these are the ones you seek. Okay, he's talking about the ones he just met. They do not seem like the friendly type and are far afield from the inn. So if you wish to meet them, I left them a moment just a while ago up the road. So stay on the road. You will have to pass them anyway if you wish to go to the Friendly Arm Inn. There's a crossroad in the way to the east, and the inn is north of that. So the region that is directly east of where we're at is our next destination, and then the Friendly Arm is to the north of that region. Okay, thanks for your time. I shall be on my way. And could you help me? My father and I were attacked. No, we're out of here. No time to talk. So let's finish clearing the bottom just so we can clear it, and then we'll get back on the road. And this is going to reveal this area here, which is the next region we're going to go to. And you know what? We never revealed the area to the south.
With caution.
And it's High Hedge right here. So let's go up.
As needed.
As needed. So the two that he was talking about are right up here. This is Thar and this is Monteron. And we'll talk to them. If we had a detect evil, we could cast it, and both of these would illuminate in red, indicating that they are of evil alignment. But we're going to talk to them.
For now.
Monteron, you are so aggravating. 'Tis disturbing to my demeanor.
Yeah. This guy, you either love him or you hate him. I kind of love him, even though I place him as the second most annoying person in this game. We have not met number one yet. So here we go. So this is Thar. There's Monteron. So indeed, I can offer you potions as a token of goodwill. And of course, my paladin answer has always been I'd be grateful for any assistance. Nothing to fear from these simple potions, and I know will not even hold you in debt, though your conscience knows otherwise. So basically, at a goodwill, he's given it to us, but he's got a plan also. Just like all good people. So you're already starting to feel a little bit sus in these guys. The party gained a potion of healing. Okay. Perhaps as payment, you would go with us to Nashkel. This is a sales trick. If you're ever in a market area where there are a lot of salespeople selling things, it is a strategy in sales to put the item into the person's hand, because consciously it's a lot harder to give something back than it is to just give in and purchase it. So don't fall for that trick. If somebody wants to put something in your hand, just no thank you. Perhaps as payment, you'll go with us. It is a troubled area where we need to investigate some disturbing rumors surrounding the local mines. Some acquaintances are very concerned about the iron shortage. So here we're starting to learn a little bit more. Okay, there's stuff going on. Iron shortage is connected with Nashkel, and the person, our point of contact, is this dude here. We are to meet the mayor of the town. His name is Baron Gastkill. Your conscience be your guide. So they're really playing, the guilt trip against us. There's little else for me to do. I may as well go with you. Go on your own way. We can dismiss them. Or I would join with you, but I must meet somebody first. Perhaps you will go with me. So we kind of counter-offered him here, and that's what we're going to do. Boom. And he's we've precious time, but it's best to travel unaccompanied. That's probably the most honest thing he said. Because if you're new to this game, you probably will want to take them as your companions. So here we go. They're going to join us, but basically the only reason they're joining us is so that they can give us a little bit more donation for our quest. They're going to pay their taxes. So Monteron is going to... Who's this? This is me. Why did I click me? Monteron...
He spoke at me?
...is going to give us a short sword. And I'll give that to you. Another potion of speed. I'll give that to you. And another potion of healing. I will give that to you. Here we've got studded leather armor. Studded leather is one step better than the leather that we gave to Wolfgang. So guess what? You are the number 2 in line. So you're going to get that. And as you can tell, we left him with nothing. If you're interested in his stats, Monteron is a multi-class. He is a fighter thief, level 1, and he is a halfling, neutral evil alignment, and he is proficient with a short sword and a sling. Next, Thar. Thar is a necromancer. This guy likes dead things. So he is a level 1. He is blop. Also, no, he is not. He's chaotic evil. So this dude, he's just a wildcat. I never did go over the stats for Monteron, but Thar over here, 14 strength. He's not a frontliner. A mage never is. Dexterity is 16. Maybe. Constitution at 10. He's squishy. I like to say he's squishier than SpongeBob at high tide. Intelligence is 17. I think that is the minimum you can have to be a mage in the game. Wisdom is 16. High number. Doesn't benefit him at all. And he's got a charisma of 10. His proficiency is dagger. Monteron, strength of 16. Not great for a fighter. Dexterity 17. That's even questionable for a thief, because you would really want to have at least an 18 here. His constitution of 15. No. If you're a fighter, you're going to want 17 or 18 as your constitution. Squishier than SpongeBob at high tide. Intelligence doesn't matter for him. Wisdom doesn't matter. And he is not the most charismatic halfling on the block. His proficiencies are with the short sword and with a sling. And if I'm not mistaken, I don't know if the halflings actually get a benefit or a bonus with the sling or not. But anyway, we are not done yet. We need to go to Thar. And he's got a couple spells that he wants to give to Hans. So thank you. And he's got a dagger, which we really don't need, but we'll take it. And we're done with him. So now, reform, remove them. And these two come in pairs. You can tell we took them both in. Now we're going to take them both out.
Something troubling you?
You letting me go already, but we have shared so much, so many good times. It's truly a sad day indeed. Goodbye. So sad. Blah, blah, blah. So, yep, goodbye. And they're out of the party that quick. Now, these two will also stay right here. If you want to come back and get them at a later date, you can. We will not. And another option you have, and this is the totally evil one, is you can just kill them. And
Yes, think carefully.
by Gibberling. And there actually is no penalty for killing them. If you're a paladin and you detect evil, well, you might want to smite them. I guess that would be the term to use. All right, let's light this guy up. Do you have your missile weapon?
Again?
Yes, you do. Perfect. Here we go.
Resist and die!
Oh, and you know something that we didn't do? We never did equip everybody after our encounter. So I'm going to give this to you. I can carry those things for now. You have this armor. So see, he is a 6 now. Once we put this on him, he goes down to a 3. And once again, first edition D&D, advanced D&D, the lower the armor class, the better. That doesn't bother me because, as I mentioned earlier when I showed you the book, that's the era that I grew up in. So I'm used to it. But if you're growing up with 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons, then the whole concept behind the armor class is going to be very confusing. We're good. Let's move on.
What is the plan?
The plan is to finish clearing this region. Let's go over here, go up, and then come around and down. I think that might be the best thing to do. Here we go.
Think carefully.
Okay, I will. Thank you. There are different formations that we can take in this game. If I'm running a full party of 6 members, I usually go with this formation right here, because you can see how wide the I'm going to use boat terminology here, how wide our beam is in the back. What that does is it gives us a larger fan or ring of influence on area that we clear. I'm going to stick with this formation for most of the game, only because my squishy people, I want to keep them in the back ranks, so that if anything does come at me, bro. If they come at me, I want my 2 people who can deal with the melee up in the front to protect the ones in the back. And he didn't drop anything. There are gibberlings in this game. I believe it is the diseased ones that actually drop gold. Every once in a while they'll drop a gem. Mostly it's a gold piece or 2. And let's come down this way. Coming on down. We're going to hit the road again. Hit the road again. Just can't wait to hit the road again. And here's another spoiler for you. Inside this tree right here, there is a hidden diamond. There it is. Now, if you can't find it, once again, just use your tab key, and you can see it flashing right there. What you want to do is you want to get that diamond, because it is worth 500 gold. Clear this little bit down here. It is all clear. And now let's go to the east. And now we're going to meet E. Remember that E guy we talked about?
Oh, there, wanderer. Stay thy course a moment to indulge an old man.
So we still don't have an identity for him. It's only old man. Once again, E is a hint. Ho there, wanderer, stay thy course to indulge an old man. It's been nigh unto the Lent day since I have seen a soul walking this road. Been without decent conversation since. Traveling nowadays appears to be the domain of either the desperate or the deranged. If thou wouldn't pardon my intrusion, which one are you? And so, not to imply anything, but how do you measure up to your own standards, pestering strangers, and about their mental state? A far bit desperate, actually. Might you know the way to the friendly arm inn? I was told I might meet some friends there, or you can go for the flat-out evil response. I'm not so stupid as to listen to strangers in the middle of nowhere. And blah blah blah. Off with you. We're gonna play the you can use either one of these, and here he kind of dismisses you as, yeah, you probably have a lot to learn. And this one, I think he actually helps us out. Okay, that I would. The inn is but a short distance to the north. So once again, now he's telling us to go up there. Do you get the feeling he really wants us to take Khalid and Jahira into this game? Yeah. Anyway. Okay, so anyway, my sympathy... Okay, la 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 la. I have no doubt that thy friends are still there waiting with open arms. My sympathies for any hardship the road may have inflicted upon thee. I'm certain everything shall turn out for the best. So something tells me he might have an idea of what happened to Gorion. Anyway.
You require aid?
I don't, but we do want to go up here.
Agreed.
And before we go directly north, we're heading for another spoiler. I don't know. Call it spoiler. Call it Easter egg. It's there. So it's, yeah. Anyway. Gibberling or diseased? Diseased Gibberling. Hey, we might actually get some gold from this guy. So let's select everybody and attack.
Onward!
As you can tell, this guy is already a little bit more difficult to bring down. And nope, we didn't get anything from him. Up here is a rock. Looks like an ordinary rock. Ah, nuts on a biscuit. Oh, this is a wolf. This one might be a little more difficult. Okay, and now go straight into... Oops, wrong person. Melee. Uh-oh. And I don't want these guys in melee. So you two...
I stand ready.
Back
Not
up.
a problem.
You...
At your service.
Back up. There we go. And now grab these three. Oh, shoot. And you need to go to melee weapon. If you use a ranged weapon in hand-to-hand combat, there is a -4 to hit penalty for that.
None stand against me.
So you want to make sure that you are properly equipped for this. So this rock here looks normal, but I'm going to hit tab, and you can see that there actually is something in the hole. I'm going to get it.
At any cost.
That's right, we're getting it at any cost. Once again, blue.
Hide away that which should not see the sun's light.
Blue indicates unidentified magic item. Once again, if you don't know what it is, do not equip yourself with the item. I happen to know what this is. I am going to equip myself with the item. And the funny thing is, Candlekeep, where we apparently spent all of our life growing up, is a giant library. Can you imagine the knowledge that we would have growing up in a library? So it's almost like when we get items like this ring, we should be able to look at it and have an idea of what it does. So This is a +1 ring of protection. So now our armor class is a 0. Once I put this on, our armor class will go down to a -1. Boom, just like that. And because of the ring, it goes down 1. Let's move on.
What is the plan?
The plan is, before we go to the Friendly Arm Inn, we're going to clear this region. Why?
As needed.
That's right. But also because I don't want to come back to this again. I want to clear this region and never have to come back here. Ah, nuts. Oh, another thing in this game. Don't be afraid to use the quick save. Because just when you think everything is going great and you have just defeated like 20 enemies that got you 20,000 experience points, you may come across enemy number 21 that might defeat you, and you just lost everything you did. Now, let's take one shot at this guy.
You require aid?
And then I'm going to get my guy, Guenter, up in the front.
Let's give them a right thrashing.
I'll stay back here.
That's right. You just stay back. And here we go. Let's get up there and engage this thing. You come back.
Yes, not a problem.
Okay, perfect. And now you can get back into the mix.
Take that!
This is going very much against the odds of this game.
Yes.
And I know I said save often. I'll do it right now. Your Q is your hotkey for saving. You know what? We don't have to. Because whenever you change regions like this, that automatically becomes an autosave in the game. So if we were to lose a combat and we reload, it will take us back to this spot.
As needed.
As needed, that's right, because we want to clear this area. When you are traveling, there's some rules of thumb in this game. Number 1, it is safe to stay on the roads normally.
Hello, pal.
So the roads are typically your safest method of travel. If you don't mind, keep your voices down. There's beasties about with hearing better than ours. You seem quite at home out here. What's the most dangerous thing you've seen? What should we be wary of? Sorry to have disturbed you. I'll be on my way. Let them hear for... Anyway, whatever. I think we're going to say... What should I be wary of? Oh, around here, and he just numbers or starts naming off a couple things that we should be wary of. Around here, wouldn't worry yourself too much unless you're brainless and charge everything. Mostly gibberlings. Okay, yeah, those are the mosquitoes. But they aren't too much of a hassle. A fair bow and a good sword. So see, he is even hinting to you. Do your ranged weapons first. And if you have to fight him in hand-to-hand, do it in hand-to-hand. Okay, we'll handle 1, maybe 2. More with a major cleric to back you up. So if you have to, you can use mage spells like magic missiles, or you can use cleric spells such as bless to give your party more defense protection. Wolves have become a bit more predatory lately, and I think it's because people are hunting. More people are hunting for their food. Okay, so now we're eating wolves. As to the iron shortage, and there comes the iron shortage thing again. A hungry wolf is a nasty thing, and I wouldn't travel without a group. They're hinting to you, get yourself a group of adventurers. Don't go solo. Even though there are a lot of players out there that play solo, in this game. They do what's called speed runs. I am not one of those because I am more about the journey than I am the destination. And so it is more important for me to do all the side quests and just take in as much from this game as possible. Otherwise, I wouldn't waste my time doing this. All right, we went to the east and we opened it up, and now we've got Larswood out here. We're not ready for Larswood, but it's nice to know that it's there.
For now.
For now. That's right. Nice to know that it's there for now. So he's finishing my thoughts for me. Do-do-do-do-do-do. If my students are watching right now, they'll get a kick out of that little jingle. I got a really simple rule when I go into a classroom with my kiddos. If they keep me happy, I keep them happy. If they make me grumpy, they're going to be grumpy. What do we got here? Diseased gibberlings. Okay, first of all,
again?
You go back to your missile weapon.
Ah.
Let's take out the first one. See, and that was an interesting ambush point right here. Because we are coming from around a blind corner, the guys in the back actually had to get into a position where they can draw a line of sight to the enemy. It bought them a little bit of time. Can we get one more shot off on this guy? Perfect. That couldn't have gone any better.
Yes.
And we're moving on. We're moving on up. And we're actually going to the east side. But we're not going into a deluxe apartment. We're going to the Friendly Arm Inn, which is actually to the north. And that's as far as we go here, because you can see everything else is... Oh, maybe not. Are we going further? Everything else here is inaccessible. Do-do-do-do-do-do. And for those of you that are still racking your brains right now saying, I know that tune, but you just can't place it, allow me to ease your pain. It's the Mario Brothers tune. And truth be told, I actually go back to the very first Mario games. These are Zarts. Varts. I guess they're Varts. Silent X. So anyway, these guys are, I call them evil blue Smurfs, because that's kind of what they resemble. A Smurf. They're evil and they're blue. These guys are also a dime a dozen, but they're a little bit more difficult than a Gibberling. So they're like Gibberlings on steroids. That actually went rather well. And you know what I am going to accredit to things going this well? Is the fact that everybody in our party is min-maxed.
What is the plan?
And that might
cost.
be something that is really going in our favor right now. Now, there's going to be a wolf over here. Spoiler. And below the wolf is going to be a quest. Another one of our quest objectives that we need to do. We haven't seen it yet, but it's going to come into the picture here shortly. I kind of want to make sure that Guenter is in front. Oh my god, we didn't even see the wolf. We're going right for the ogre. Spoiler, it's an ogre. This is another one of those enemies that you want to kite because he can one-shot any of us right now, and that would really make us miserable. So let's go to our missile weapons and try to do as much as we can to him as possible. Okay, and now run.
Agreed.
Okay, yeah, I'm glad it agreed with me. Now this was risky because we didn't see the wolf, and I'm actually cutting off a piece of this fog of war. There is a good possibility that I might find the wolf. And then in that case, we have two hostile things to deal with. So I'm actually going to run a little bit to the north so I don't clear this. Because the last thing I want to do is reveal that wolf. We want to down this guy first. It's kind of amazing in this game how we can actually outrun our enemies. Well, let me rephrase that. We can outrun most of our enemies. As I mentioned earlier, the wolves in this game, you're not going to outrun them.
You're already dead.
Whoa, is he? Where'd he go? Whoop, okay. He hid. Oh my god, I've never seen that before. He hid in a blind corner where we lost line of sight to him. Wow. Okay, I'm going to try to get out of this, but he's probably going to swing at us from this point. Okay, good. We were able to get away from him. You know what? I did not like that blind corner. It's another one of those, you know what? Come at me, bro moments. We're not going to fall for that again. Let's come at him from this side. Where'd he go? Oh my gosh, where did he go? This is interesting. Did he go back to where he spawned? Oh my. I just want to make sure we didn't drop him over here.
As Uncle Martha used to say, any day you live through is a good one.
So what I'm doing right now is I'm looking on the ground to see if I can find what he would have dropped. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's go back to the spawn area where we initially encountered him. And I'm gonna clear a little bit more of this out. So maybe we can draw the wolf out while we're at it. And I am going to quick save right now.
Hide away that which should not see the sun's light.
Because, as I mentioned, the wolf can actually... Oh my god, it's Smurf down here. The wolf can actually do some damage. Now, where there's one, there's probably more. They tend to come in numbers. And they're not what I'm looking for, though. Whoops. Okay, here we go. A diseased gibberling. Okay, we'll deal with that.
Let's give them a right thrashing.
Oh my god, and look who comes. And see, this is one of those indicators where now we got to deal with two enemies at once. Survival skill here. Always take out the strongest enemy first. And in this case, I'm going to draw all fire on the ogre. He's only got one more blip left for health. So hopefully we can drop him. And then we'll deal with these guys at our leisure. So right now, this is our priority. Take him out. And we're running. Because we do not need multiple combats at this moment.
Let's give them a right thrash.
Okay, he's down. And here come these guys, the Banshees. So we'll go ahead and take them out. Just like that. And here, okay, Ogre dropped a Jade Ring. Dropped a girdle. It dropped another belt. Dropped a Morning Star. And then this gold actually came from the Gibberling. Now, if I'm not mistaken, there still is one more Gibberling.
With caution.
Here somewhere. Unless... well, there it is. I was going to say unless we killed it. And down it goes. And we'll take the gold. Still haven't seen the wolf. Okay, and this is the ogre's area where he hangs out until we come around. And now we're just going to clear the rest of this region. Part of me is tempted to go down to Baragost first, but we're going to play out we're going to role play the game as it prompts us to do, and that is to go to the Friendly Arm. Okay, open up the south, and we're going to find Baragost. So here we got Friendly Arm to the north, and we got the town of Baragost to the south. Now, this is probably... Baragost is going to be one of the most...
What do you need?
Oh, wait, what did I just do? I just went to Baragost. No! I did not want to do this. As one of the player scripts will say, damn. Okay. Anyway, this guy here, he's kind of the tour guide. He asks us where do we want to go, and he gives us directions. There are a lot of quests that we're going to do here. Since I accidentally came down here, and I mean that in all sincerity, I did not intend on this, I'm going to pick up one of the items that is down here.
Agreed.
So here we go. Here we go. Need directions? You seem like a fairly... So I thought I could offer my services as a guide. Where do you want to go? Well, out of all these, I think the one I'm going to use is an affordable inn. That would be appreciated. And then he's going to tell us about the Red Chief, basic rooms. Okay. A rowdy crowd. Thanks for your help. That's it. And now, let's... come on down. Come on down to my house, baby. Here we go. Now, there's only one thing that I am after right now. And for those of you familiar with this game, you know exactly what I'm going for. For those of you not familiar with this game, I don't know what to tell you without spoiling it.
I will require rest soon.
Yeah, everybody needs rest right now. Where is what I'm looking for? Let me look at this. It is actually down here. So if I go up and around here, I'm actually going to trigger... I don't know if I want to tell you this.
Torpid and require slumber.
Oh my god, there's actually 3 things we can do right now that are going to be of the safe nature. And as long as we're tired, we may as well get some rest. So, The most popular smithy on the map right now, without going into Baldur's Gate, is Terum Thunderhammer smithy. And he's not open in the dark. He's only open in the daylight. So we're going to try something here. First thing we're going to do is go inside the Burning Wizard. This is an inn. This is Garrick. We're going to talk to Garrick later, not now. And
some of us need our beauty sleep, you know.
The first thing we want is in here. Come on, guys. There we go. Now, this little dude right here. I think this is Zurlong. Yeah, Zurlong has a quest for us. We may as well speak with him while we're here.
Yes.
I wish I had my old tobacco pipe.
Okay, so what is a thief to do? You invest in some boots of stealth. You set up a shop in the Badlands, and wham! Along comes a tribe of hobgoblins. They try to tear the boots right off your feet. Damn blasted bullies is what they are. I'll pay 100 gold to whoever can get them back to me. I will. Oh, look, it's Dritz. And this is where he pickpockets us. So we lost 15 gold. But in our journal, and I don't think you guys can see this because it's behind the chat window, we got Zurlong's missing boots. So, Wolfgang.
Ah, hello.
Hello.
Indeed.
Go upstairs. Okay. We got a series of rooms here because, after all, this is an inn. And he is just going to go around and collect some donations. Once again, this is the GoFundMe that we're using. Take that. Once again, the daggers and the short swords are eventually going to become garbage items. The reason I'm doing this mostly is for the experience, and especially what's in here. This is Stupefier. It is a +1 mace, and there is a 10% of this thing knocking, I don't want to say knocking out, but it's kind of like it freezes your opponent for, I don't even know how long. 1 round, 2 rounds. Oh, there's nothing in this one. But you know what? We'll take the 10 experience. Nothing. So just out of these 5 chests right here, we got 50 experience for the lockpicking. So don't underestimate lockpicking. And there's nothing in this room to go after. One thing we can do is we can come into here.
Fine.
And one of the storerooms actually has something in it. This one doesn't. But now you'll see why
Think
I
carefully.
gave Helmut the mace as his specialization. Because we're going to give him Stupefier. I gave him this first instead of that Warhammer because I knew we were going to acquire this before we got the Warhammer. Okay, right now, if he uses a staff, he needs a 22 to hit. With the mace, why don't you have a shield? I thought we bought this guy a shield. Anyway, he needed a 22 with the staff. Now he needs an 18 with the mace. So, whoop whoop, raise the roof. Where did your shield go? That is bizarre. Huh. Okay. Magic items. Give it to the mage. I've already got a blunt weapon. He's got a blunt weapon. That's good. We're good. Everything else here is going to get sold. So I think for my inventory control, and this is just me, weapons and armor. Armor is usually the heaviest thing that you're going to carry. So I will offload all the armor onto my strongest person, companion. Then I will take all of the weaponry and put that on my second strongest person. Because you want to bulk your items to sell by what they are. For instance, here we've got 3 short swords. You want to give all short swords to one person. Because, and this really doesn't apply to short swords since they're only worth 1. If I were to divide this up, if I kept 1 and gave 2 to somebody else, the gold value for the resale would be lower when the second person steps up to sell. So you want to bulk your items. I guess that logic is true in real life too. When you buy items in bulk, you usually get a better price for them. So, food for thought. Anyway, here we go. And we're done here. That's all we need from here. Let's get out.
Yes.
Now, there's a couple more things that we can do right here. We are not going to talk to Garrick right now because that will trigger his quest. Actually, it's not his, but...
Think carefully.
There's a quest it will trigger. This is a house we're going to be visiting soon, but not right now. We're going to see another familiar friend down here. Before we talk to our friend, spoiler, we're going into this room, or this house, and this is one of those occasions where we've got, I think there's 2 people that are walking around down here. However, we can actually walk up to this bookcase.
All right, all right.
And actually take a book out of it without any repercussion. And the book that we took is The Fateful Coin, the history of the Fateful Coin, because that is going to be a quest for next door. Now, because there's 2 people in this room, I can't show you right now. I'll show you on the way out. This will have a book. That'll have a book. Here is a chest that actually is trapped.
All right, all right.
I don't know if we're going to be able to detect it. So we're just going to hang out for a second. There it is. Awesome. So that is how you detect trapped. Oh my God, what am I hooked up on? Oh, my computer bag. Give me back. Let's put you right over there. Oops, that didn't sound good. Anyway, here we go. So we got us a trap here. Remember, traps are worth 25 if you can disarm them. So come over here, do this number, boom, and did we do it? Locked. And I thought we disarmed it. There it is, 25. Now we can go in. Locked. So I think the game pauses when you detect a trap. Little boy here, don't want to talk to him. And this is another chest. But because there's 2 people walking around, I'm not going to try. I mean, eventually we could. A strategy here is to wait for them to go into a corner where they can't see you, and then take the rest of your party and block them in so that they can't come out. We're just not going to bother.
As needed.
But that fateful coin is going to come into play right here.
For now.
next door.
It's hard to find decent folk nowadays.
Yeah, it's been a while since you heard that. Ah, your old Gorian's ward, lonely kid in Candlekeep. Of course, I heard about the loss of Gorian. Gotta give you my deepest condolences. I hope since you left Candlekeep, you've kept up with your reading in the world of books. I've heard a new copy, That Wondrous History of the Fateful Coin, can be had for a pretty penny in one of the stores around here. If you would be so kind as to buy it for me, I'd gladly reimburse you. I wonder if he really does reimburse us. I'd even give you a little bonus. Interesting. Well, it just so happens we got your book and we didn't have to pay for it. But you can actually go to the inn and buy it. I think it's one gold piece, maybe 3 gold pieces. So anyway, that went into our journal. Now we're going to talk to him again.
For now.
It's hard to find decent folk
nowadays. You are
nowadays.
generous to an old man. Let's see what he gives us. So, we got our 300 experience, our first reputation increase. We lost the book. He gave us another book, and we gained the scroll case. I say the scroll case because there's only one in this game. And cool, we'll take it. Now, sorry, but even Firebead has to pay his taxes. I don't know where he is right now. And there actually is a chest that I'm eyeing over here. And yeah, we're going to get into that. Like I said, I really wish he would show where he is so I can kind of block him into a corner, but we'll take our chances. Quick save first. There we go. Now, you.
What is it? All right, all right.
Take a look at this. It is locked. We're in. And 39 gold. We'll take it. Now we're going upstairs. And... okay, sleeping person. Don't bother them. They don't bother us. Another 38 gold. Jade ring. And there's nothing in that one. We're done. Thank you, Firebead, for your generous donation. And we're out of here.
What is the plan? With caution.
We did that. Now we're going to go across the street to the Feldepost.
Think carefully.
I call it Feldepost, but it could just be Feldpost if you're going to use the English spelling and pronunciation.
Here now, get out. I don't like you typing here.
This is a dialogue that you have to go through with Marl. And let's get through the dialogue first, and then... so anyway, hey, get out of here. I don't like your type here. So basically you got a choice. We either talk to him or we just flat out fight him.
You tell him, Marl.
Now just wait a second. Silent pause.
Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me?
Think De Niro. All right. So anyway, these dialogues, there is an order for these. For some reason, I want to say 1131. Spoiler. And so let's see if we can get through this. No need to get all bent out of shape. There's plenty of bar for all of us. Sorry, I don't want trouble. I'll leave. I'll go where I want. Now that's going to instigate a fight. You say one more word and that'll instigate a fight. So here, 1. Okay, hey, I take whatever shape I want. I'm sick of you freakish adventurers coming in here. Okay, long story short, his son went missing because his son was enthralled with the idea. He was glamorized with the idea of becoming an adventurer. And so he hasn't seen or heard from his son. Anyway, I just do what I think is right. We solve more problems than we cause. Whoa, go easy there. Let's keep it friendly. I say I've had about enough of your tone. Okay, here's another 1. Okay. Oh, you think it's funny, do you? Mess up the local economy with your treasure. You upset the balance of our nature. You flash your magic around. Because of it, maybe somebody's son thinks it's a good and fun to go out and get himself killed. You know, I guess the best example of this kind of dialogue in today's society would be to become an influencer. You know, that people are at home and they're watching influencers and they just get glamorized with this whole idea of, wow, I can do that. And so don't get mad at me if somebody's son couldn't handle being out from under mom's skirt. I'm sorry for you and your kin. Look, before this gets out of hand, I'll leave. Hold on. Everyone goes their own path, and I'll not be held accountable for what the fates deal, or if you think you have what it takes, bring it on. So here's the number 3. So far we've done 1, 1, 3, and then he was a good boy until your type came to town, filled his head with nonsense they did, and because of it he's dead. Why shouldn't you just take that out of your hide? And look, I'm sorry for your son and all, but I had nothing to do with it. I'll just want to leave peacefully because of it. Because if you were like this at home with him, I would have bolted too. Or if you knew him like you think you did, ask yourself if he wouldn't have gone anyway. Okay, my bad. If you're playing along. The proper dialogue here is 1, 1, 3, 3. 1, 1, 3, 3. So we're going to click number 3 here. Tain't true. He was going to take over the farm and settle down, maybe apprentice with Thunderhammer during the winter. He never wanted to adventure. And here's his Duncan, Marl's buddy. That was what you wanted, Marl. Fun's fun, but you're blaming these folks for what couldn't be helped. The boy was a firebrand, if ever there was. No! He was settling down. He wanted that new plow he bought last week. He got the gold by helping clear kobolds out of Olgoth's beard. Olgoth's beard is actually a region to the very, 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 very northeast. He wanted to make a difference. Hey, Derpy Moose is playing Banished. Doggone it. Mark, I got to get back in touch with you, dude. And I still have your contact information. I don't know if that actually showed up in the recording or not, but Derpy Moose 99 is a person that I used to game with. And Banished was our game of choice. And it's good to see him playing again. So here's a shout out to Mark. Derpy Moose _99. Okay, so the new plow I bought last at Olgoth's Beard, he wanted to make a difference. Make the realms a bit safer, just like these folks. By Chun-Ti, why couldn't they just stay home? Anyway, why couldn't he just stay home? The realms call and you go. He sounds like a fine lad, taken too soon, but doing what he was meant, even if it means suffer. I'll buy a round and toast his memory. And that actually is the proper answer right there. So 1, 1, 3, 3, 1. It would be fitting to Caner Nelthalin. Caner Levelin. Resty well. I would be alone for a while. So. And that just got us 900 experience points. So this is one of the largest experience point getters this early in the game. And Since we are tired, we basically did everything that we can do in Baragos without really instigating a combat and without going around to every house and looting it. Which, if we do that, I'm going to do it in the daylight when it makes for a better video to see all the visuals. For now, we should rest. Why don't we do it? Yeah,
You
see,
require aid?
resting is not going to harm us. Even though the quests in this game are timed, there's no companion that demands any quest from us to be done in any period of time. Now, the first thing I'm going to do here is take Wolfgang. No, I'm going to take Hans.
How may I be of assistance?
And we're going to go through his spells, and I'm going to take these out because we never had to use them. If we went to Friendly Arm, forget that. And I'm going to put in Identifies. And now let's go ahead and get the room so we can memorize our spells. Nobody's injured. Wow, no injuries yet. That is tough. Talk to him, the barkeep.
I got some cheap beer for you.
Really? What do you got? So here we've got a peasant room and merchant, noble. All this does is it reduces the amount of time you spend resting. Usually 8 hours. I want to say for every 8 points of damage that you're going to heal by resting, it's an 8-hour rest, I think. Since we're not injured, it's just going to be 8 hours, in which case it was dark when we came in. It should be light when we go out. And here we go. We'll get peasant room because that's all we can afford. That's not true. That's all we're willing to pay for. Remember the deep pockets? Can't reach that gold. So anyway, we rested. We're done. Now, Hans has the Identify.
What is it this time?
I think he is going to go ahead and... There's 2 items I want to identify right off the bat. Rule of thumb, if you know you're going to sell the item, identify that first so you can sell it and get the gold for it. If it's an item in your possession and you know what it does, you don't need to identify it. It'll still work. And you identify those items when you actually have extra spells to use. Right now, I'm just going to go through and get rid of the items that I know I'm going to sell. So here, I've got 3 belts down here. This one I'm definitely going to sell. This one is a quest item. Now here's another thing. If you come across an item that you really like that's part of a quest, just don't turn it in. Don't complete the quest. Keep the item until you're done with it. When you're done with the item, or you get something better to replace it, then you can complete your quest and get all your experience for it. And I don't need to identify this one. So right now, this is the only one I need to identify right now. You've got the magic dagger, which is not a priority. You've got stupefier, which is not a priority. And you've got the ring of protection, which also is not a priority. So since I can identify 2 items, I'm going to do the mace. And we'll identify this one first. This is the girdle of masculinity and femininity. It's a cursed girdle. In a nutshell, it changes the wearer's gender. So if you're a male, it'll turn you into a female. If you're a female, it'll turn you into a male. May only be removed with a remove curse spell. So, yeah, don't equip yourself with that. Unless you're into that whole gender transformation thing. Here. Identify this. Stupefier +1. So 10% chance per hit of stunning your opponent for 1 round. Save versus spell negates that effect. It is a +1 to hit and +2 to damage. And it's a mace. Wonderful. Give it back to the person who is proficient with maces. And that's that. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to come back here. Boom. He's going to take out these. He's going to put in the one. You know what? Yeah, I'll do the reflected image just so we can see what it does. And I do want 1 sleep. Now, I'm not going to clear Baragost on this quest, or right now, because if I do clear the entire region, I will trigger 1 automatic encounter, and I don't want to trigger that 1. We will try something here, and that is clear the inside of this area.
At any cost.
So back here we got a barrel. I don't think there's anything in it. No. But this is going to be major spoiler right here. We're going to go upstairs. And I am still only a 1st level, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull this off or not.
You cold?
I'm going to take Wolfgang, and he's going to go into hide in shadows. And I'm going to try this about 5 times until I can succeed in this.
Ah, yes. Hiding. My second favorite.
It succeeded. Save. Now you want to save here. And just in case we screw this up royally. Now that he has successfully done that, he's going to go into this room. Oh my god, did I just fall out of shadows? Okay, that didn't work well. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to go behind this person. I do not necessarily know that you have to be behind somebody to do this or not, but we're going to go into shadows again.
Ah, yes. Hiding.
Perfect.
My
now,
second favorite tactic.
Quick save. And now we're going to attempt to pickpocket him. And enemy sighted. I'm going to do this about 5 times just to see if I can pull it off. And if not, we'll just move on. It may tell me that, you know what, the item I'm after is not available to a pickpocket of my level. So we might have to be a little higher. Yeah, see, the target has no items that can be stolen from a person of my skill. Still gonna try though. Oh, now it's probably not even gonna let me get into shadows again.
Ah, yes.
There we go.
My second favorite tactic.
Yep, okay. It's not letting us get it.
Yes, agreed.
But anyway, Algernon, who that person is,
think
has something that we want. Okay, from this point, we're going to go to Thunderhammer Smitty. And let's take the scenic route down south.
As needed.
Okay. As long as we're here, there's 2 houses here that I love to get into. Because these houses actually have some decent coin in them. Whoops.
Again, think carefully.
And
at your service.
We can get into this one. And really not interested in the dagger, but at this point in the game I'll take it just because it's there. And come over here.
Fine.
And one of these houses is real... That's garbage. It's got a lot in it. Nothing there. Okay, come on down. I think the next house has 4 gems in it.
Ah, for now.
And so,
yes,
like I said, we're just kind of taking the scenic route here.
Ah, hello. Oh, fine.
What is the plan at any cost?
And you come over here.
Of course.
Of course. No. Here we go. This one's pay dirt. Yep. Tick. Thank you very much. And that's it.
You require a for now?
No, I don't.
Yes.
Come down here to the bottom. We can go ahead and reveal what's under Baragost. And it's the North Road. This is the North Road, and then the one under it is the South Road. And then Nashkel is all the way down here. But we're going to stay in Baragost for now. We're going to go this direction.
With caution.
Now, believe me, I'm also in a hurry to get to Nashkel because there is something I really want there. But it can wait for now. This house right here, spoiler, is Landrin's house. And that's going to be a quest that we're going to get shortly. We're not ready to do this one yet. And this is the Jovial Juggler. It is another bar or tavern. Okay. I believe that, first of all, stop. This is Bjorn. He's a paladin, and he's going to have a quest for us.
Yes?
They did quite a number on me, those half-ogres. There's a band of them fortifying themselves in the mountains south-southwest of here if you could give them a taste of justice. So south means go down one, and then southwest, go to the west. And give them justice. Okay. So if we complete his quest, he is going to reward us with a +1 medium shield. Shoot. By the way, my day starts at 4 o'clock every morning. Commoner. No, we don't want to talk to commoners. Back here, read something funny about this. I call this guy...
bad enough without ye bothering me.
I call this guy Gurky because in German, you could say this is a Gurke. And a Gurke is actually a cucumber. I can't bring myself to call him Gurke. So I just call him Gurky. So, or you can use the long vowel here for the E at the end, where he'd be Gyu. That can't even pronounce that. The long U. Goo. Gurk. I guess that would be it. Anyway, pronounce it however you want. So everyone's heard, everyone's a rubbernecker then. Is that it? Old Gorky had his famous cloak stolen right off his back by a batch of paltry Tasloi. Yeah, it's old news, and it makes you one crack about Cloakwood being appropriate place to lose it all, at least. I'll put your liver on the menu. Anyway, now move on. Anyway, blah, blah, blah. And we just picked up his quest to retrieve his cloak. We're going to come up here because we got a little chest over here that Wolfgang is interested in.
If you insist.
21. 21.
Agreed.
Agreed. There's nothing back there, and we're done here. Move on. Now, eventually, we're going to run into bandits. One thing that we get from bandits are scalps. I know it's totally got a lot of hidden meaning into that. But yeah, we do collect bandit scalps, and there's going to be an officer in here named Officer Vi that will buy those scalps from us for a lot better price than if we were to sell them to somebody else. Oh, and if you're ready for a little comic relief, we can go upstairs. And in this room right here,
with caution,
we've got Oogie. Oogie Wisham. Now, Oogie Wisham, he's kind of deranged here. And he's got a real funny dialogue.
Yes?
He's still down there? Get out of my sight, peasant. Who do you mean? That Bajorn. I can feel his eyes looking at me. He's a paladin, you know. They ain't right in the head. They just look at you, and you've been judged. What right do they have to do that? Why, what have you done to deserve this? I don't know what you mean. Pretty high and mighty of them. Ah, you deserve whatever you get. Now get out of my sight. Has he threatened you in any way? Now, I don't know which one continues this dialogue because I never talked to this guy. Has he threatened you, or why? What have you done to deserve those stares? I don't know which one we want to do. I think maybe they both trigger the same response. Let's just go with the first one. What? Nothing at all. They ask, look at you, and you know what they're thinking, that you deserve to be punished. I can't stand them. They're worse than the guards. Okay, now it comes, has he threatened you in any way? Well, no, but I know he's looking for me. Why else would he be down there? Sure, he says he's resting and chatting up the locals, but I know he's here for me. Well, I'm just going to stay up here till he's gone. Why doesn't he just come upstairs and get you if he's so interested in you? Or we should go tell him to stop threatening. Okay, why doesn't he just come up here? Well, that would be too easy, wouldn't it? No, he wants me to sit up here wondering what he knows, that I know, that he knows, that I know, that he knows. I'm up here knowing what he knows. I just know it. Have you talked to somebody about this? You seem agitated. Anyway. Okay. Goodbye now. So anyway, so recent evidence suggests that a barrel full of monkeys is not half as much fun as previously claimed, and is in fact rather horrifying. Okay, Oogie. Goodbye. So anyway, there's just a little comic relief there in his dialogue. I don't know if we can actually look into that chest or not without triggering him. Maybe he's a little bit too preoccupied with his with his paladin down below. And you know what? We'll take both. Whoa, why can we not take both? Because your inventory is full. Yep, inventory full. So I'm going to start offloading some of these weapons, and to make more room for the other stuff. And you know what? This is going to be some stupid inventory management here. But there we go. Anyway, let's try this again. Take those two,
Yes,
We're out of
as
here.
needed.
I don't think there's anything in this room. Ah, well, it's not even giving us a chance. We're out of here. Now, before we leave, that shield that he grabbed.
Yes?
I do know that I do have a party member without a shield. So, small shield is better than no shield. Actually, did that help our... Oh, yeah. Small shield -1. So, it did improve our armor class a little bit. Perfect. Good, 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 good. Here we go.
Again?
Yep.
At any cost.
So this is the scenic route. We got to see Landrin's house. We got to come into the Jovial Juggler.
Think carefully.
Okay, what we're going to do now is go up to the Thunderhammer Smithy after we reveal Temple. Now, High Hedge... Let me rephrase this. High Hedge is kind of... It's a land by itself, a region. But Temple is part of Baragost. These two are like the same. As you can see, the travel time, it takes 4 hours to get to High Hedge, but it takes 0 time to get to the temple. And we don't need to go to the temple yet.
At any cost.
Look at that, I'm speaking Russian. Yeah. Okay, this is Thunderhammer Smithy. This is probably the one Smithy that we are going to be visiting
as needed.
More than any other until we get into Baldur's Gate. Oh my god! Channy, you're there! High Hedge is Knoll territory, right? It's actually more skeleton territory. The Knolls are down in the Dryad Falls. That is where you get... Oh my god, these are going to be spoilers here. But Dryad Falls is all the way to the bottom, going towards the Knoll Stronghold. And that's where you find Ingot and Ludrug. Now, Ingot is the one that... Man, I don't know. This is a lot of spoiler stuff here. Yeah. Ingot is the one who wants to warn you about the Knoll Stronghold. And what we want to do is dismiss him, because that pees him off. And when he's peed off, it initiates combat. And I guess because he is initiating the combat, you don't have to feel guilty about it. And you do get a really nice halberd from him. Ludrug, that's up on the north side of the Dryad Falls, is the one who comes at you. Come at me, bro. He comes at you with a whole group of gnolls. And they want to collect a tax from you, or a toll, or whatever. And your response there is, sorry, we don't have any money. And then he counter offers you. He says, okay, you have no money. Let's fight out. You against, or me against your best champion. And so hopefully your best champion gets into the fight, and he stops the battle before anybody is killed. And he says, you won. And that is the best reward that you can get out of that. Okay, now we're at Thunderhammer, where you can pick up a key character. Yeah, the key character you're talking about at High Hedge is Kaivan. And he is going to be the archer if you choose to take him into your group. Some claim, and they're probably very accurate, that Kaivan is the best archer in the whole game. I did not take him in my previous playthrough because that's his sole purpose, is only an archer. And I have chosen to go with Jaheira just because she's a little more versatile. Anyway, let's talk to Thunderhammer. There actually is something we are going to buy while we're here. Doggone it. And no. Only if it is 127 gold. If it's more gold than that, I'm going to raise my charisma first.
Kiss me, blarmy. What you wish done?
Okay, nice Irish person. Here we go. Hello there. Is there anything I can do for you? Yeah, man. What you got? So, I'm going to go ahead and sell off everything that we don't need now to clear our inventories. Once again, this is nickel dime stuff that I'll probably never pick up again. Yeah, we can get rid of that. And sell that. See, I mean, all that stuff for only 19 gold. It's hardly worth collecting it. Okay, next. You. Nothing. You. Yeah, you got a few things here. So there's our diamond that we picked up out of the tree when we came out of Candlekeep. Take that, take that, take that, take that. Oh, see, there's 4 of these. So you want to double click this. And then that says, that'll choose all 4 of them or any amount that you want right away. One of these, one of those, and one of those. Sell them. That's a little bit nicer of a haul. What do you got? You've got this wonderful girdle here that we're going to get rid of real quick. And the red here indicates that I can't use these. So as soon as I find somebody who wants to buy them, I will sell those. So let's get rid of this girdle. And we're done. Nope, we're not. I'm going to go back to... Actually, I'm going to keep it on Hans, because he's the one who's going to get this item. Okay, what's going on here? It's been a while since I played. I'll be back in a while. Got to go take care of the pets and the kid. Hey, Channy, you go do you, man. Go take care of what you got. I appreciate you stopping by. And as you can tell in the title and by my party, we have started a new quest. If you're still there, I will tell you about this. If you're not, I'll just wait for you to come back later and tell you a second time. The reason I have exiled my party is that little glitch that's going on when we take on Dorn. And more importantly, and this is what I got excited over, was the... I'm actually doing this by request of another viewer. His name is William Ames, and he recently watched my tale of the 4 brothers, and he asked if I was going to continue. And I said, let me first do this. The sling here for 127, that price doesn't change. So this is one item I am going to pick up right now. And Hans now has a +1 sling rather than a normal one. With the normal sling, he needs an 18. With the +1, he now needs a 17. So that's awesome. Okay, so anyway, yeah, William requested, well, he wanted to know if I was going to continue. And I said I can't because I deleted all the files of those characters.
At your service.
And
of course,
I can make whatever you wish for a wee little bit
but
more
I
than
did
me company.
make an offer to, I said, if you're really interested in the tale of the 4 brothers, I will recreate those characters and I'll rerun the series. And what he was really excited over was seeing them go through BG1 and then be taken into BG2 and the expansion thrown a ball. And although I have never played any of those, I am now so motivated just because I got a request. I mean, that's how crappy my channel is, that I get one request from somebody and I jump all over it. So William, I appreciate your request, and I'm really going to try to fulfill it for you. Now, I came back to this again because Wolfgang needs a +1 short bow. Now, I'll lurk for now, but tell me later. Okay, well, that was basically it. It was the... we got a request to rerun this. If you look in my playlist, you'll see the initial tale of Four Brothers, which is what my party is here. And this is going to be a new playlist called Return of the Four Brothers. And I'm going to try to take this one as far as my mentality can take me. Hopefully, I don't crap out, either due to health reasons or due to mental reasons, but I'll see how far we can go with this one. And when I say mental reasons, I'm not serious. I mean, it's just, I've got this OCD thing about starting. Well, no, that's not true. It's an ADHD thing. I'll start something until I lose interest, and then I'll drop it. For some reason, I've had that all my life. Anyway, this right here is 1905. 1905. O is a letter, not a number. So, I have a feeling that once my charisma improves, the price of this will go down. So I am not going to buy this right now. Once again, the deep pockets and the short arms, I am not going to pay more than I have to.
What is the plan?
Plan's to get out of here.
For now.
Okay, now let's go up to the Friendly Arm Inn and
at any cost,
complete that quest. On the way out, we're going to stop at Mary Ann's house, which is right here. I call her Mary Ann just because that's what rolls off the tongue. Dude, catch up. Right here.
Ah, hello.
Nope, nope. I want everybody.
You require aid?
Not at this moment.
Carefully.
Come on, where's our door? Door. Come on. Ah, did I see it? Ah, there we go. And stop. This is Mary Ann. Okay, we can pronounce that. Instead of Mary Ann, it's Miri Ann. Let's talk to her.
Agreed.
I'm glad you agree with me.
Salutations.
My husband had to make a sudden business trip to I'm so worried for him. Miriam, he always said. Miriam, who knows the roads better than old Rome? But the highways just aren't as safe as they once were, and there hasn't been a messenger in for here in months. Could you keep your eyes open along southern roads and let me know anything you find out? So basically, she hasn't heard from her husband in a while, and we will put her at ease. Not now, but soon. Anyway, Wolfgang?
Hmm?
Yeah, go,
All right.
go fundraise for us here.
Fine.
So anyway, even Miriam has to pay her taxes. Take that. And we're done. We will look up here. Oh, look at that. We do have something up here. Sometimes these are engageable, and sometimes they're not. Just like this chest right here. Sometimes you can get into it, sometimes you can't.
With caution.
We're done. And
at any cost.
One more stop up here. Now, I'm not going to clear the area around the manor, because as soon as you go to the other end, you will trigger a quest that I'm not ready to trigger yet. But we will go here.
What is it?
Unlock.
All right.
Yes. Agreed.
Okay.
Yes.
So this is a manor, or it's an inn, but either way, we're going upstairs.
You cold?
Wolfgang, go up.
Indeed.
Indeed. I don't know why I always look in here, because I think all this is a dagger. Yeah, I'm not even going to bother with the little 1 gold piece things anymore. This is the room we want to come into. And I don't know if we can do this. Ha-ha! There's the benefit of putting all your points into open locks. We'll take it. But what we really want is right there. This is a wand of lightning. Spoiler. So, it's a pretty good item to have because lightning bolt, I think, is like a 3rd level spell. And there's only a few ways that you can get a lightning bolt this early in the game. One of those is by being a priest of Talus, where you will get lightning bolt as an ability. However, the priest of Talus has to be evil. So there's nothing in here. Oops. Nope, didn't think so. We're done. And that is basically this room, or this encounter. There is something you can get into in the bottom, which is this right here. It's not worth it. I mean, if you were to get into there, first thing that's going to happen is these 2 guys here are going to call the guards. If they're not guards themselves. Carl and Jurgen. Okay. Now, so anyway, you try to break into this. Either they attack you or they're going to call the guards. If you're fast, you can break into this, take what's in there, get out, and then leave the region. And if you stay gone
again with
for, I believe it is 4 hours of game time, then you can return without penalty. We're going to leave this
for
way.
now.
And now we're going to just go back up to the Friendly Arm Inn, which is where we should have gone initially. And we're just going to run off the side here. So we've already cleared this area, so there's no need to return to it. So we're going to go... Did we clear the... No, we accidentally left the area. Yeah, we got a lot to clear here because of my accidental foobar.
For now.
Anyway. Okay, Gibberling, make sure everybody has missile weapons. Yes. No. Yes.
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 How may I be of assistance?
Yes. Here we go.
What is the plan?
Take him out. That's the plan. And he's down. And you know what? We're actually going to pick up your arrows. Oh, and I do collect bows. Because bows in this game are coin. They are actually...
Yes.
They actually pay pretty well. These are kobolds. Okay. Once again, we'll deal with them. That's why we're getting arrows and such. We may as well take them. Against my better judgment. There's going to be more. These guys travel in packs. Oh my god, maybe not. I wonder if the number that they appear in is random. Now what? Up here.
Feel my power.
I don't know if we're going to get a shot off here or not.
Damn.
Okay, let's just engage this person. Or this person, it's not a person.
None stand against me.
Whoa, why are we not moving up? Hello.
Yes, with ease.
At your service.
Why are you just standing there like a doofus? Swing.
Hello.
Better. Swing, better.
I stand ready.
And, oh, he's down. Okay. And for those of you that get that reference, you got a sense of humor. For those of you that don't get the reference, well, you probably weren't around when that came out. Better, shoo, better. Did we ever? No, we're on the Coast Highway. This is going to reveal Candlekeep over here. Okay, let's go. More fog of war to clear. And once again, the only reason I'm doing this is because I don't want to come back here again. We'll just bypass these regions. Another reason to do it is because this is all level 1 stuff. So... what I guess as Kelly Clarkson said, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Gibberlings? Gibberling. Okay, here we go.
What is the plan?
I don't know. Take this one out first. It looks to be closer. Perfect. Can we get this one?
Let's give them a right thrashing.
Perfect. And move on.
With caution.
With caution. There is something on, I think it's a map further south. And to the best of my knowledge, it is still undoable. Okay, we're not going to be able to clear that, so I'm not going to worry about it. But what we're probably going to do here is the shrinking square. We've talked about the expanding square. This is the shrinking square. And it just dawned on me again that this Sunday is Father's Day. Ew. I am not one of those fathers that likes shirts and ties and stuff like that. I'm still a kid at heart, and I think I mean, I would be grateful for anything, as with any present that is received. But for me, if you really want to make me giddy, like Steam games, I think that might be it.
Bleed.
And yeah, Steam games. I guess that would go on my wish list of things. And yeah, here's the caravan that I was going to talk about. Now, there are things here. I think this was added in. This actually belongs to... these are nobles. Or at least it is a very... It's a 1%er's son over here. The 1%er lives up in Baldur's Gate. I think he might even be the mayor or the prince of Baldur's Gate. But the caravan here got raided. And yeah, like that. Now, there is another quest that you can do in Baragos, where you can hire a companion whose job it is to contract out people to protect these caravans. And actually, he will go with you in the quest. And the quest is to go up here and investigate. But unless you have the SCS expansion or the mods installed, this is... Oh no, those are both Zarts. Unless you've got both of the expansion... I'm sorry.
Let's give them a right thrashing. Overwhelming offense.
We need to... Oh, you're all the way back here. You three. Go back.
Not a problem.
You?
You require aid?
I actually don't. Oh my gosh. Did I break my weapon? Are you serious? Yes, there it is. Remember I was telling you earlier about the whole iron crumble stuff? Well, guess what? The iron crumbled. Nuts on a biscuit. So how are we going to take this guy down? I guess I'm going to go with the flail of the Morningstar here. Because we're in hand-to-hand, and I believe I took Morningstar as a proficiency also. Yes, right here. So I kind of knew this day would come. Actually, I didn't. I got that for skeletons. So you? Go whack him. Whoops. And, yep, we got him.
Yes?
Here we go. Yeah, things are sure harder to hit now than they were with the longsword. Okay, but
it will be done.
It will be done. Oh, all three, all four.
Think carefully.
Think carefully. This is another caravan here, and I think this caravan was the original one. And I believe the one that we just passed at the north was added in during the enhanced edition.
As needed.
And if you do add the SCS mod to this game, the person who hires you, his name is Kagan. Arm Kagan. That's Kagan. Will actually go on the quest with you. Did I miss something on the ground here? No, it's just a kobold. He'll go on the quest with you all the way up to these caravans, and then he'll ghost you. He'll basically say, oh, not interested anymore. Going home. And you just came all this way for nothing. And is this the region? I think there's like a drunk person up here in this area. Let's find out. Yeah, we're done here. So let's just get off this map. Boom. Boom. Here we go. Boom. And this is going to take us to Friendly Arm. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Kids are all saying the captain's happy. Let's keep him happy. How many times have I heard that? By the way, I am known in the classroom as the captain. Room temperature lemonade. Doesn't get any better. Here we go. Friendly Arm in. Cutscene. This was added to the enhanced edition. It used to just be very, very less resoluted.
Ah, agreed.
Okay, we're going this way first because, spoiler, the best ring in the game happens to be under a pine tree. I'm going to do the clicky thing with tab so you can see it. Right there, that very, very single pixel is the ring. Hans?
What is it this time?
Oh, you noticed it. You go get it. There it is. Boom.
I shall attend to it in a trice.
All right, you do that, man. Got it.
What is the plan?
Or as they say,
for now,
in English television, got it. All right, let's go to the Friendly Arm Inn. And as long as we're heading in, let's talk to Joya. You can miss this if you don't see it, because it's kind of smallish. But this is Joya's house, and Joya has a quest for us.
Yes.
Yes?
Hey there, you're new, aren't you? Could I trouble you a moment? Now, here she starts off real polite. And, I mean, you tell me which response you would use. Tell me what you need, but make it quick. That might be an evil response. Leave me be. No, we actually entered here. Or, certainly, my lady, speak your mind. And being a good party, why wouldn't we go at number 3? Such manners. Well, I need a gruff hand for this task, so keep your please and thank you garbage for the nobles. I was robbed blind by some hobgoblins within sight of the very inn walls, and I need you to return a favor. They took my ring, and that's all I want back. Will you do it? I will help you, even though she totally changed her tune here. I have no time for you, in which case you lose the quest. Or, what's in it for me? In which case she gives you a real smart-ass response. I don't know if it's more smart-ass-ish or if it's the obvious response. I just told you I was robbed. So, nothing. Anyway, I'll help you. Thank you. The creatures were just north of the inn. I swear I could almost see them from the upper rooms. Bring my ring back here. You know, you'll know it when you see it. It is a flame dance. Very striking. Okay, thank you. And we got Joya's flame dance ring quest. Let's leave.
For now.
Okay, let's leave for now. This is an area where I do like to clear everything, but we're not going to bother this time. Since we are returning here on a number of occasions, we'll just clear a little bit each time we go. And we're going to actually take a big chunk out of it when we do the... we'll take a big chunk out of it when we go get her ring. Now what I'm looking for here are the stairs. And they're right here. So I need to line myself up on those stairs. So my 2 party members are in the front. And I'm going to totally spoil this one because I want to get the jump on it. You know what? No. I'm not going to spoil it. I'll let you guys see the dialogue here. And in order to do that, I am going to send Guenter up there. I'm not sending my whole party up.
You require aid?
No, let's go until we reveal him.
For now.
Oh, you know what? Pause. I'm going to quick save right now. Because that could have ruined a lot of things. Not really, because if something goes wrong here, we'll just go back to where we entered the map. But here we go. Let's see if we can reveal this guy.
Hi, friend.
Okay, so here he comes. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to take Guenter. Almost said Storm. Then I almost said Carlo. And we're going to meet him halfway and talk to him.
Yes.
Normally when you have a character moving and talking, it usually means that you can interact with them. Okay, why are we not going up there?
Yes. With caution.
Okay. So, hi friend. I've not seen you here before today. What brings you to the Friendly Arm Inn? Nothing much. Really, just worn out travelers looking for a place to rest. I am here to meet some friends, or I am not your friend and your business and my business is my own. So here's your evil answer. Here's your goody-goody answer. Or not much, just worn out, looking for a place to rest. That is your cautious answer if you don't want to reveal too much information. So, I think we're going to go with this one because it's really none of his business that we're meeting friends. I see. Pardon me being so forward, but you've the bearing of someone I've been looking for. About your height, they were. Same style of dress and thereabouts. I dare say you seem like the splitting image of them. Might you have traveled from Candlekeep by any chance? Yes, I was there quite recently. I may have visited there on occasion. What of it? Or Candlekeep, never heard of it. I am actually going to go with the middle one. Because after that ambush, remember, with Gorion, why would we divulge any more information than necessary? So what of it? Oh, nothing. I'm just looking for somebody in that region. Would your name be Guenter by any chance? See, this guy already knows too much about us. So now he is sus. Why, yes it is. Never heard that name before. At this point in time, even though he is sus, I'm not gonna lie, but maybe playing the good person, maybe he is going to offer some help, even though I already know the outcome here. Perfect. You are indeed the person I seek. Hold still a moment, won't you? And you can guess why he wants us to hold still. And so it begins. This is probably going to be the toughest battle you're going to have at first level. I hope I don't make it look too easy. On the other hand, or as they say out in the sticks, on the flip side, I hope I don't get my ass handed to me. Oh, arse handed to me. So here we go. Everybody is going to go into combat phase. Again? Or combat mode. I know you've got your hand weapon ready, so that's good for you. You are going to use, and this is why they gave the thief the wand of magic missiles. Doggone it, doggone it, doggone it. But it's all good. It is all good. You are going to cast... Oops. We never rested again. So I don't have any spells. It's all good. Because of... It is all good because of... Come on. This one item right here. And this is going to be the spell disruptor of him. So we do not want him to get any spells off. As long as we can pelt him with magic missiles, he is going to fail any spell attempts that he can have. And use...
I stand ready.
Okay, are going to cast Command, which is going to drop him because Command goes off faster than Magic Missile. So what I'm basically going to do is drop him this round, and then as soon as he gets up, we're going to start pelting him with Magic Missiles. If I would have thought about it, I would have cast Bless on us before this battle started. So we just have to go without it right now. Here we go. Let's get it on. Get it on like Donkey Kong. Down he goes. Now everybody should be attacking him. Oh, he's dead. There, I really made that look easier than it is. So, Hans,
how may I be of assistance?
You can collect all the scrolls and the gold because the gold pools. We're not going to pick up his staff because the staff doesn't sell for anything.
What is the plan?
And it's just a regular quarterstaff.
For now.
Okay. Into the inn we go. Now, this character here, this is Dorn. Dorn is one of the NPCs that was added in the Enhanced Edition. It's my belief that if we do not engage him in this dialogue, that we may not see him again in the game. I can't confirm that or deny it because I've always engaged him. But take that with a grain of salt. So we're going to talk to him.
Think carefully.
Hey, friend.
It's about time. Bring me another flagon of ale.
It's about time, gnome. Okay. Bring me another flagon of ale. I think you mistaken me for somebody else, or I'm not your servant, get your own. Well, evil response, nice response.
Then why do you bother me? Be gone.
Yeah, nothing would please me more.
Hey, friend. Good to meet a fine sod such as yourself.
Choppy! I can't stand the way the roads are cut off these days. Me uncle's in Baldur's Gate, and I can't get there to see him. Okay. How come the roads are cut off? Where you been these past few months? The roads are crawling with brigands and bandits after every scrap of iron you got on E. On E. Okay. Surely you must have fled some on your trip here. Less to say, you came by the west, that is. Well, for your sake and mine, I hope the roads clear up soon. I'm not going to get this guy into dialogue, so that's it. Well, I sure ain't going anywhere. All right.
You require aid?
Yeah, first thing we're going to do is take a
Agreed.
little walk up here and go into the kitchen, because that's what we do. We just walk right into the kitchen. And over here is a potion of healing, which we can safely take. Wolfgang?
What is it?
Go ahead and check this out, even though you've got 20 people watching you. Locked. What I have done in the past is used this chest to store stuff that I don't want to carry with me and that I don't want to sell. Because if you open these up and anything that you see here is what's in the chest, and say I did not want this potion, I would put the potion into the chest. And then later, I would come back and I can pick up my potion. So anything you don't want to carry with you, you can actually put it into chests to hold on to. And let's go over here.
For now.
Because remember those two people, Khalid and Jahira? They're waiting for us. Whoops. There we go. And we're going to talk to Jahira.
How long must we wait here? Things stir to the south as we sit.
Good day, friend. You are the child of Gorion, are you not? I recognize you from his letter. I am not going to try to do Jahira's accent. For he writes you often, forgive my manners. I am Jahira, and this is Khalid, my husband. Good to know you. Yeah, Khalid is the most annoying person in the game. He has a stuttering impediment, and he is a whiner. He's basically a coward in this game. We are old friends of your adopted father. He is not with you. I must assume the worst. Would only permit his only child to wander without accompaniment. Okay, what are you trying to say? If he's passed away, we share your loss. Gorion often said that he worried about your safety, even at the expense of his own. He also wished that Khalid and I would become your guardians. If I should ever meet an untimely end, however, You are much older now. The choice is yours if you want the companions or not. Earlier in the game, you learned that it's always safe to travel with companions. Most people that do play this game do take Khalid and Jaheira as their companions. Now, Khalid and Jaheira and Thar and Montaron, the ones that we met in the other place, if they are all in your party, you may start to get some animosity between the two. Because, well, Jaheira is a druid, so she's a true neutral. But Khalid, let's just look at these guys. Why are we talking? Okay, so here we go. Your company would be welcome. Boom. Okay, now they're in our group. And this is another, that's why I said 4 is a good number because it allows you to bring 2 people in. So Jaheira has a staff and leather armor. Oh, and she's got this. I think this is giant or invisibility. Thief. Thief will benefit. Leather, don't need it, but we'll sell it. And staves aren't worth anything. Now, Khalid, the reason I don't want to say I flipped out, but the reason I regretted buying the splint up at the friendly arm was because Khalid comes with splint. Now, granted, we did fight enough things in hand-to-hand that splint we bought probably paid for itself. But out of all of our 4 brothers here, Helmut is the only other person who can wear anything heavier than studded leather. Here's a longsword. Gee, I broke mine. Thank you for your donation. Here's a helm for Helmut. Now, Helmut has a helmet. And you know what? That is a better shield for Helmut. So he'll take that as well. And look, a potion of healing. Let's give that to Hans. Boom. And sorry, Khalid, we kind of left you naked. But that's the way it goes. All right, we're done. So the first thing I'm going to do is dismiss them. So let's go ahead and reform party. Reform party. Remove Jaheira. And when you remove one...
Yes, oh omnipresent authority figure.
They both go. I openly question your judgment. Man, she is very, very to the point-ish. But it's your decision to make. You shall show some measure of leadership. And you should be glad to... Okay, so they're going to be glad to assist them. They're going to be glad to assist us in the future. So they're going to wait here also. And they're out of the group. Let's go ahead and equip ourselves with what we just got. So this is Helmut. So let's upgrade your armor to splint. And let's hand down your studded to Wolfgang. Here's your helmet to protect you a little. And here is a shield to give you a little better one than what you have. Like that. Let's give this stuff to up here.
I can carry no more.
Okay, when I get that inventory full, this is where I check their inventories to make sure that 2 people aren't carrying the same items. And for one thing, we can get rid of that. You can't fix stuff in this game. Who needs this? You know what? I might. I should have looked to see how many bottles each of them had. This will stack up to 10. Now, he does have the short swords. He has a long sword, which we'll take that. Thank you very much. You've got a couple gems, which I'm actually going to give to... No, I'm not. I'm going to hold them. Well, that one might stack with something he's got. And since you collect short swords, who else has short swords? You do. There we go. We're not going to see another one of those, so actually Hans can hold on to that. Oh my god, I just lied. Okay, there you go. I think that's only going to sell for 1 gold anyway, regardless. Here, this item needs to go to Hans so he can identify it. Here's another potion of healing. We'll stick that up there. And you are going to upgrade to leather. And now we can sell this. Because Hans can only wear robes. Let's move on. We're ready to move on. Actually, I probably want to get rid of some of this stuff. Like, why don't we give the leather to Helmut? And the reason we want to get rid of it is he's going to be picking some logs. Let's give the jewelry to... Something tells me you've got a lot of space. Now, jewelry is one of those things that does not change in value, regardless of how many you have or who has what. If a jade ring sells for 25 gold, they'll always sell for 25 gold. That's a potion of clarity. And eventually, this is our doctor right here. And I give all potions to the doctor. The way I micromanage my games is the doctor carries the potions, the thief carries the gems, and the mage carries the scrolls. And that kind of leaves the protagonist open for things that you can pick up along the way. For instance, if you go in a cave and find a crate, you can just quick click on everything and collect it. Let's get on with it. Here we go. Back to the game. So that was Khalid and Jahira.
Yes?
Let's go upstairs.
Yes.
Now, in this area here, a couple things that we can do here. Actually, I'll do it on the way out. But for the time being...
You cold?
Yeah, see, over here, there is somebody in this room, so I'm not going to deal with that room yet. I'm speaking Russian again. Over here, there it is. We can get into this one. Whoops. Don't know why the game keeps jumping like that. Come up here. Collecting donations. Yeah, the only reason for that studded leather would be to sell it later. We got our 1 suit of studded. We don't need any more. Sleeping people still need to pay their taxes. Nothing there. Nothing there. Yeah, these must be the peasants that can't afford a nice room. Warhammer. There's the second Warhammer we've seen in this game. Throwing daggers. I don't know if they're actually worth anything. And there's nothing here in this last one. Okay. Let's come over here. Now I can actually talk to this person with Wolfgang because Wolfgang does have an 18 charisma. But I think I'm going to get the whole party together for this
Again,
one.
with caution.
Because that'll make it a little bit more fun. Okay, let's talk to Unchi.
You cannot get better than the stability stone walls provide.
So, Unshay, have you heard? There's a rogue ogre with a belt fetish to the south of this place. I had to bargain my new girdle of piercing for my life out there. Wasn't even interested in an autographed copy of my book. Hey, if you can get that belt back from me, I would be very grateful. So, here's where we got one of two choices. We can give him back his belt. Now we know it's a belt of piercing. But if we didn't identify the masculinity one, we wouldn't know which one it is. Or we keep the belt for ourselves and just return it when we're done with it. I don't think we're going to need it. And I know some of you are probably gasping right now. You need it. But no, you know what? Let's give it back to him now because I really want the reward. We're going to be very reward driven in this game.
You cannot get better than the stability stone walls provide.
Thanks for getting it back to me, damn weird ogre. Thought, don't you know, think. Here's 95 gold pieces for your trouble. And a new history book I just completed. Okay, thank you very much. And a fair reward, 800 experience. We got this book here, which we're not going to keep, and 95 gold. So,
with caution.
It was kind of like we just sold the belt for 95 gold. Okay, here's another noble. We're not going to deal with you right now. And I think I'm going to take Wolfgang and go into this room down here.
All right.
We may have to change his color. I think I've got two blue-hued people. Oops. Uh-oh, did we not pick this one? There we go. Okay, that went well. And now let's go upstairs.
Agreed.
We're not done on this level yet, but what we're going to do later, I want to do it on the way out. So this is Landrin, and remember that house we pointed out down next to the Jovial Juggler? Landrin's got an infestation problem.
A pleasure it is to meet you.
Hey, I've got an infestation of poisonous spiders in my cellar in Baragost. Bentley said I could stay here until they move on, but I hate to oppose. You'll know the house when you see it, just west of the Jovial Juggler. Here, take these potions with you. They're antidotes against poison. Keep whatever you don't use, and I'll give you an extra 120 gold pieces if you bring back my husband old boots that I keep down there. If you bring back one of their bodies and an old bottle of wine, I might just toss in a little something extra. Okay. So we just gained a whole bunch of antidotes, which is kind of cool. And now this room has a noble in it.
At your service.
And I think this might be the Pantaloon noble. If you don't know what I'm talking about, the Pantaloon noble, look it up. I'm sure there's a lot out there on Reddit and other platforms that will tell you all about the golden pantaloons and what they're good for. As a matter of fact, we might even get those pantaloons and then take advantage of that little trick I showed you a couple minutes ago. Yeah, maybe we will. Tax collector. We'll take those. Battle axe. A battle axe is not one of the better weapons in this game. There is a +1 battle axe that you can buy in Baragos. Clubs don't sell for anything. They're just pieces of wood. There's, you can buy a +1 battle axe in Baragos. And then there is another +1 battle axe either in Baldur's Gate or in Durlag's Tower. And those are going to be late game quests. So you're basically stuck with a +1 battle axe if you choose the battle axe as your proficiency. Now, there are throwing axes that are +1. And the benefit to a +1 throwing axe is if you're running a cavalier character. I even want to say a shaman, but a shaman can have a sling. So you're better off with a sling than you are with the throwing axes. A cavalier cannot be proficient with missile weapons. Throwing axes are not considered missile weapons. So you can technically give the cavalier throwing axes, and now he has, or she has, ranged attacks. Are you carrying the other leather armor? And we're good. I think that's it. Oh, potion of healing. Let's give this to somebody who might be able to use it. There, that kind of catches you up a little. Alright, groovy cool. This needs to get identified. This needs to get identified. This is going to be garbage. These can go into our spell book already. So let's go ahead and do that. Nope. Yep. Okay, now we've got our magic missile spell. Awesome. Once again, magic missile, it does garbage for damage, but the main purpose is it disrupts the other spellcaster from casting against you. And then burning hands, don't really use it, but it's in our book now. Oh, by the way, Tarnish's letter was a bounty notice. Be it known that to all of evil intent, a bounty has been placed upon the head of Guenter, the foster child of Gorion. Last seen in the area of Candlekeep, this person is to be killed in quick order. Those returning with proof of the deed shall receive no less than 200 gold. Quite ironically, you probably won't receive more than 200 gold either. As always, any that reveal the plan to the forces of law shall join the target in their fate. So, anyway, that's one of many bounty notices we're going to come across. Let's have a little fun here. So, we had a noble down here, and I think that was the only noble in this area. So I'm going to take our power team again.
You require aid?
Storm. What am I looking for? This. And I'm going to take a weapon out of his hand. Let's get rid of this thing. Oh, and there's the antidotes. Put those up there. And this is the scroll case. Scroll case goes to the mage. Let's, and I got arrows. Woohoo, I got arrows. There we go. So, you are going to go over here.
With caution.
And Wolfgang?
Ah, hello.
Hello, you wait outside.
Fine.
Fine. And here we're going to do that same trick again, where I'm going to take Guenter. We're going to go ahead and initiate a knockout on him. Before we do this, we're going to quick save, just in case something goes afoul. And you know what? I never put it back to core rules. See, I knew I was going to forget that. There we go. So, we quick saved. I'm going to quick save again because now it's got the core rules in there. He is going to initiate this on him. Perfect. Get out of there.
Think carefully.
Once he comes out, you go in.
Very well.
Very well. And it's locked. We're going to unlock it. We're going to take that. We're going to come over here. Now, here's the thing. Was this the Pantaloon guy? Because if it was, I think we just ruined that quest. I never take the Pantaloons.
Yes.
Probably because I know I'm never going to finish Baldur's Gate 2. I hate to say that. Let's,
What is it?
I'm going to talk with this guy just in case he is the Pantaloon guy. What is this intrusion? I pay good money for my privacy. Do not disturb me. Yeah, the other guy was. My sincere apology. I was simply mistaken. You pay good money. How much to keep this room? Anyway, I'm sorry. Did not mean to bother you. Anyway, we're going to do the same thing here. So, you.
Again?
Dang, it's getting warm in here. Today's going to be another hot day.
For now.
Well, yeah, it will be a hot day for now. Okay, once again, go to his fist, quick save, and then see if we can take him out.
Feel my power.
Perfect. Get out of there. Wolfgang, get in there.
You call? If you insist.
Oh, where you going, dude? In there. And it's locked. I'm trying to do this real quick because there is another one that we need to do. Oh God, what am I doing? The other one, oh my God, he's up. Can we get out of there?
For now.
Please get us out of there. I think we made it. Looks like we made it.
What is the plan?
Let's come down here to this room. No, this the room? This the room. This room. Interesting thing, this guy's in red. I don't know if there's any symbolization to somebody in red. Quick save again, see if we can do the same thing here. Perfect, let's get out of there. And you?
Yes?
Come into this room. Come on, don't bottleneck each other. And we're done. Grab everybody.
You require aid?
And
with caution.
Get out of town. They will not remember us when we come back. And let's talk to Bentley and sell anything that we need to sell. And I, at this point, am going to take a quick break. So I'll be back in a minute and a half. Be back shortly. All right. As Jack said, I'm back. Here we go. Let's talk with Bentley here, and we're going to sell some stuff. And I don't think I'm buying anything that I can think of right now.
It's been dreadful slow business lately.
Okay, I'm sorry to hear that, dude. There we go. See, short bows are actually worth a little bit of coin. Of course, the better the bow. I'm talking long bows, and then your composites. They go higher. And I don't know which is the best. If it's a composite bow or a heavy crossbow. For some reason, I think the heavy crossbow sells for much better. Silver ring, you'll buy that. You'll take the bastard sword, and you'll take the leather armor. Perfect. And you've got a couple small shields. You got leather armor. You got this. You got that. You got this, that. And Potion of Clarity. We'll hold on to that for now, even though I have never used the Potion of Clarity before. And I have tens of thousands of hours invested in this game. That is a guess. But then again, I've been playing since '98. So let's sell those. And, I forgot that one. Boom. Sell it. Okay, next. You. Rainbow necklace. There's that. Sell the dagger. Sell the hammer. Click on that to get all 5 of them. Sell the chainmail because don't need that anymore. Sell the gold ring. Sell that. Sell that. Sell that. Don't need a battle axe. Sell that. Sell the bastard sword. And we're done. So we're nicely accumulating gold here. But the only reason for the accumulation of gold is to purchase those big magic items that we're after. The ones that you can't find out in the out here in the fields. And you will buy the scrolls. Good. 50 is a good price. There are some places that'll only give you 40 for them. So red means it's unusable. I'll sell those. Now I also have a scroll case that I can put stuff in. It's like a bag of holding for scrolls. I'm going to sell armor because I never use it. And we need to identify these items. Okay. And is this the bounty? Yep. Sell that too. Okay. So sell them. Good. And the first thing I like to do with Gorion Scroll is throw it in here. So let's do, scroll case is going to go right there conveniently. And that's going to go there. All right. We're ready to move on. Do we want to sleep? I mean, we're here. Let's take a look outside. If it's light outside, we'll go. If it's dark outside, we'll sleep. Where's my entrance?
At any cost.
At any cost. Yeah, we blew it with the pantaloon guy. Shoot. You know what? I wonder if later we can go... if we can interact with him later in the game. It is dark, so we are going to get a room for the night.
Agreed.
You agree? I'm glad you agree.
Yes.
Talk to Bentley again. Yeah, I knew this one was going to be a marathon run.
My inn is open to all who behave themselves.
Oops. I forgot. Not today. We need to change your spells. First of all, oh my god, most important thing, put this ring on. This is the Ring of Wizardry, also known as Ever Memory. And what this does is it doubles all of your first level spells. So remember how he had 2 first level spells? Now he's got 4. Just like that. What we're going to do is take these out, and now we're going to go ahead and throw all identifies in there. Now we're going to get the room.
Yes? With caution.
Dreadful slow business.
We'll take a peasant room because we're not picky. And we're not injured either, so rent it. What time is it? We got 28 more minutes. And then that's going to end a 5-hour stream. Holy crumbs. All right, so be it. First thing we're going to do is pause. Now, let's identify some stuff. We can do four items. You have 1, 2, 3. So one more item. You've got the dagger. You've got nothing that needs identifying. And you have the Ring of Protection. So I think we're going to do the Ring of Protection. And yeah, let's do these 4 items. Ever memory. Boom. Identify. Okay. So, oh, it actually calls it both right there. Anyway, it can memorize double the amount of first spells. Perfect. Thank you very much. This is the Wand of Lightning. Lightning Bolt. Damage 66 electrical. Save versus wand for half of that, which still isn't bad. And the area effect is the path of the bolt. This is the reason you never want to go below a 9 intelligence. Because anything under 9 is illiterate, and you cannot use scrolls, you can't use wands or staves. Yeah, you can't do anything under that. Okay, this belt here is the belt of Antipode. Now, it is cold resistance 100%. This is really going to come in handy in 2 places. Number 1, the southern regions, where we're going to encounter winter wolves. Because winter wolves attack with a cone of frost, or a frost ray or blast, or call it what you want. And being 100% resistant to that, you don't take damage from it. So what I do is I give this to my fighter, which in this case is going to be Guenter. And as soon as I see a winter wolf, I equip this and I run towards the wolf so that he is the nearest target. Another area where this is going to come in handy is the Ice Island. And I've only done the Ice Island once or twice. So I know what's up there. I don't know if this is going to play into that or not. But you would think so. Now the downfall to this is a pro, now we got a con, is it doubles all fire-based damage taken. So if something hits us with fire, we're going to take double the damage. Which is why I do not run around with this equipped. I actually put it on when I see a winter wolf. And Ring of Protection. +1, we'll take it. And it increases armor class by 1. It increases saving throws by 1. Give it back to Guenter. And you may put that on, and I think we're ready to go. But unfortunately, we cannot go yet because it's going to be dark out and we don't have any... No, it is light out right now. Awesome. I know I have no spells. But you know what? We're not going to need them. We're going to go get Joya's ring, return it to her, and then we'll probably work our way south. In other words, the North Baragost Road is going to be the first one we hit, and then we'll do the South Baragost Road, and then we'll work our way down to Nashkel. And there's a little trick on this level too that we're going to do. Let's see if it's light outside or not.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
You must gather your party before. It is light outside. We'll do this quest.
For now.
Okay, we'll do this quest for now. What I'm doing right now, once again, just clearing some of this fog of war as we're leaving. That's what I said. We'll pick up a little bit here, pick up a little bit there until it's all gone. And can't get on the other side of this fence, so I just got to go that way. Come over here. Come over here. Come on, guys. I know you can figure it out. This is one of the rooms that you can go into, and even though there is somebody in there watching, you can still get into these chests. I think this is still the calm before the storm. Indeed. On when they start calling the guards on you. And once again, the experience points are probably more important than the stuff that we're pulling out of there.
Yes.
All right, and now we're going to leave, and we're going to go ahead and do some of the stuff around the outside of this place. And we're going to do the shrinking square again. Cloakwood is to the west. We're not going to be able to reveal it.
At any cost.
Don't want to jump ahead. But the fishing village is to the north. Stand by for a couple hobby-gobbies. Still, there we go. There they are. So you've got...
You require aid?
No, I want your missile weapon.
Hmm?
Okay.
Yes?
Okay.
Ah, hello.
Here we go.
Advance! I'll stay back here.
Awesome. And we'll pick up stuff. There's another one cost.
Let's give them a right thrashing.
There, now we can pick up everything in one drop. So I think I'm going to have... Let's have you carry the weapons.
Yes.
Because there are really no armor that we're going to take down here. Mage.
How may I be of assistance?
Ooh, mage is too far away. All right.
Yes.
Let's river dance on the corpses. Mage is going to go ahead and take the scroll, and the thief is going to take that.
Again, as needed.
This is really it. They got a really good soundtrack for this. All right, and there's the fishing village. If you ever want to go ankheg hunting, that's the place to do it. We are not prepared for that yet because the ankhegs will one-shot us, and then we'll cry because we'll be dead. Here we go. It is on like Donkey Kong. There's one, and there's Joya's flame dance ring. But where there's one, there's usually more. Awesome. And where there's two, there's usually three. There it is. Wow, we are dropping these guys like nothing I've ever seen. All right, let's start collecting gold pools so anybody can pick up gold. Weapons are going to go to you.
I stand ready.
Jewelry goes to...
What is it?
Now this one's tricky. I'm going to let him pick that up. Kind of like an accidental reminder to not sell it. And you know what? Did we ever go back to core games? Yeah, good.
What is the plan?
Plans to move on.
For now.
Okay. See, it's almost like the game has got this connection. We speak to each other. And there's two more here.
Let's give them a right thrashing.
There's one. Where's your brother? There he is. There we go. Gold pools. You. Pick up weapons. And now...
You require aid? For now.
For now. Now here comes another tip in the game. This is going to reveal Peldvale. And we are going there. Now, in Peldvale, and I'm really glad it's light outside so we can deal with this one. We are going to... First of all, I'm going to come in a little bit.
At any cost.
And I didn't really expect to hit them, but as long as they're there. Okay.
Serpentine! Serpentine!
Well, I thought we could make quick work of them. I guess I was mistaken.
Think carefully.
See, this is the risky thing that we're doing now because we might reveal another enemy down here. And I would be the laughing stock of everybody if you were to tell them that I ran away from Gibberlings. I'm only coming up here because I want to come in on an angle for this encounter.
Help me! If you don't help me, you'll kill me!
This is Viconia. Help me. Okay, sorry lady, not our business. Calm down. We'll help you. Just tell us who you are. My name is Viconia. I'm not from around here. Thank you so much for helping. Okay. Wow, it did not go into dialogue. I think it will go into dialogue after the Flaming Fist.
I serve the Flaming Fist.
So, step aside, travelers. I'm a member of the Flaming Fist. The woman you're harboring is wanted for murder of the foulest sort. I didn't realize there were different degrees of foul when it comes to murder. She's a dark elf. It should be obvious that she is evil. Once again, this game came out in a time when it was politically correct to be impolitically correct. You can sense a little bit of racism in that comment there. They lie. I've done nothing wrong. If you want her, you can have her. We won't get in your way. You'll have to go through us if you want her. What do you intend to do with her once you have her? Kill her, of course. Okay. We can't allow that. You'll have to go through us to get to her. Well, if she's a murderer, that's what she deserves. Okay, no, you'll have to go through us. Stupid decision for harboring a murderer. I sentence you all to death. Yeah. Good luck with that. So here we go. In the dialogue, he turns hostile. This is not the formation I wanted to be in. But we can deal with this. And we can deal with this. Here we go. So what we're going to do is everybody, Storm.
Yes?
Guenter, you're going to go into hand-to-hand mode. You are going to cast command. Actually, I'm not going to cast command because Viconia is going to cast command. So basically what I should do is take a moment to reform the party. So everybody, missile weapons. We're going to reform up here.
Agreed.
And let's let this play out. He's down. Now, everybody attack. And you are going to take this and go against him now. Now, I don't know if we need to win this in order to get the experience. In other words, who's going to deal the killing blow? If Viconia does it, we might not get experience for this. So basically, we're watching him right now. As soon as he stands up again, I'm going to cast my command on him. There he is. I don't know if Viconia has a second one or not, but just to stay safe,
stand ready.
I'll burn mine. Down he goes again, and we'll let the meat cleaving continue. And he's gone. Okay. Why did we do that? No, not to take Viconia.
You require aid? Agreed.
Jacques.
Thank you for risking yourselves on my behalf. I know that what you're thinking. You see my dark skin and won't trust me for it. I am a dark elf. But I'm an outcast. I need your help. No longer receive the powers from my spider gods you surface dwellers fear so much. The goddess Shar grants me wisdom and is a surface divinity. If you let me join your group, I would be most grateful. I have nowhere else to go. So, sorry we cannot harbor a drow. We don't judge somebody by their race. We'll take you in. And it has nothing to do with race. We just don't need another person. We'll bring her in just to take a look at her. Now, the reputation decreased by 2. And that is because we just took an evil person into our group. But let's take a quick gander at who she is. So Viconia is a 2nd level cleric. She is 10 strength, which is nothing. You probably want to keep her in the back. Give her a sling. She's already proficient with a sling. If you absolutely need her as a fighter, you can give her the Stupefier Mace. She's proficient. I don't know if I would have her as a fighter, though. Dexterity rocks, totally. So she's going to get a rockin' armor class bonus. Constitution, no. Squishier than SpongeBob at high tide. Intelligence, it doesn't, you know what? The funny thing is she's a cleric, which is wisdom, yet she has more intelligence than she does wisdom. And 14 charisma. Not bad, because you can actually bring this up to 17 in the game. And if you cast something on her like Friends, then it'll be substantially raised. There was a reason I was going to go to this screen. Oh, her armor class. Yeah. So because of her dexterity, she gets a -4 bonus to the armor class. Even though she's got a mace, a shield, and leather, I don't think I'm going to take any of those. You know what? Doggone it. We might as well. Because we are going to rest again before we leave. And you know what? Give it to you to carry. Why am I carrying things? That's what I brought you along for. And you are going to give that to you. Okay, move on. I don't know why I still have these books here either. Okay, move on. And that's Viconia. Let's go ahead and get her out of here. I think she will stay here. I don't know that for a fact. Oops. Oh, we got to click on who we want to remove. You know what? I wonder if was I clicking on Dorn to remove him from our last party, or did I just overlook that whole thing? You have been very kind to me in this strange and lighted world. Perhaps you are right. The Drow were meant to be a race of their part. Take care of yourselves. Now that is a different text than what she could do. I also see her taking a very drastic turn in her dialogue. Oh, and this is the reason we came here, was for the plate mail. And I am going to go ahead and put this on Guenter, because now his splint is going to be replaced with plate. -2 is going to go to -3. And we'll give him this really awesome looking helmet, so he kind of looks like the guard. He looks like the Flaming Fist. And that is that. Give him his missile weapons back. Let's move on. That is the only reason.
Yes?
Doggone it. The only reason we came here.
At any cost.
Was to get that plate mail. Now, let's go back to Friendly Arm. And
as needed.
We're going to go this way. It is dark. So we're just going to go around the inn here and then go into the collecting joyas. Reward. Yeah, not only was I up at 4 o'clock this morning, because I have taken it upon myself to every morning get my wife and daughter ready so they can go to school. Yeah, we are a teaching family. The only thing is they teach in Compton. And we live 75 miles from there. I don't want to be too specific on that because I don't want to get doxxed. But yeah, draw yourself a 75-mile ring around Compton and you'll see where we live. So they have to get up every morning and make this commute to go to work. They work at the same school, which is very fortunate for them because they get to carpool. And the carpooling also, they benefit from the carpool lane. And uh-oh, we're missing somebody. Helmut is encumbered. Oh my God, that means he's slow. Let's find out how far back he is. Here he comes. Helmut, come here, buddy. We'll help you. Didn't even notice he wasn't with us. So, dude, my bro, what can we take off of you? Actually, I'm going to give him more before I take less. Take that and give us something heavy like splint. There we go. I'll take that. Boom. Perfect. And here we go.
Again, agreed.
Didn't even notice that he was encumbered. Anyway. And Joya, we got something for you.
With caution.
Yes?
Thank you. This ring was a gift when I was set out on my own. Couldn't bear the thought of some smelly old hobgoblin having it. You are a good sort, and I say so to anyone who asks. So we got our first level up, and we got 400 experience. Our reputation has gone up by 1, and we lost the ring. So the first thing I'm going to do at this point is level up.
You called?
Wolfgang. And he's a level 1 thief right now. Let's go ahead and level him up. Cha-ching. Proficiencies. Remember what I told you? I dumped my first set of proficiencies all into open locks so I can get into those locks at Candlekeep. My next proficiency dump is going into pickpockets. And all of them. So we're done. And we're done. Reputation. We just went from... I don't remember what it was under this. But anyway, we're popular now. Popular. No, we're not going to go there either. Let's get out of here. But before we leave, Joya left. Let's
yes.
Let's see how honest she was about paying taxes.
If you insist.
Joya, you lied to us. You actually still have stuff.
Ah, with caution.
But she paid her taxes. Let's go back to the inn, which is right here. Right there.
At any cost.
Wow, we got 5 minutes to wrap this up. And then we would have had a 5-hour stream. And you know what? I wanted to get back into this again. I wanted to do the 5 hours just to give not just William, but anybody who is interested in this stream a
as needed.
Something to look forward to. Give them 5 hours of viewing time. And then watch at your leisure. Bentley, what do you got?
My inn is open to all who behave themselves.
Awesome. Well, first I want to sell you this. So sell. And Wolfgang, no, Hans has, Helmut has something he wants to sell you. Like a lot of bastard swords. Small shield, leather. Take the mace, take the helmet, take the longs. Ooh. We might want to hold on to that longsword in case I break another one. And sell those. Perfect. Now, I don't think you have any. Oh, you do have stuff to sell. Awesome. And you also have a longsword? Are you kidding me? Well, you know what? We'll keep yours also. And you've got Burning Hands. You can sell that. And sell it. Now, just out of curiosity, because our reputation went up by 1, did the price on that short bow come down? I'm in the wrong place. The short bow is in Baragost. Okay, we're done here. The next thing I gotta look for is, does anybody have any magic that needs to be identified? Magic, no. Magic, no. Why do you, oh, that's a longsword. Keep that up there. And give this to, you are the doctor. You know what, put it up here. That way it's another free spot down here. What do you got? You got a longsword. Give it up here. And you know what? Give me your staff. Give me your staff. Yeah. Here. Sling. And that's it. Nobody has any magic. Oh, we do. We got this. You know what? I'm not going to waste the spells on one item. No. Let's go ahead and get Hans his spells. Is that still an unused? No, I don't think that's an unused spell. Okay, I'm going to give you... I mean, we don't have the greatest selection here, but at this point in time, I'm going to take 2 magic missiles as spell disruptors, and I'm going to take 2 sleep spells. Not that we're going to need them, but just in case.
What is the plan? Yes.
Been dreadful slow business.
Plan is to rest, take the peasant room, rent it, and then we're going to call this the episode. If you liked it, give me a like. If you didn't like it, give me a sympathy like anyway. If you're glad to see the 4 brothers back, I mean, tell everybody. I guess that's all I got to say, man. If you're watching me on Twitch, please hit the follow button.
You require
If you're
aid?
watching me on YouTube, please hit the subscribe button.
Agreed.
If you do either of those things, please, I want to say please tell 10 of your family, friends, and pets, but you know what? It is summer break. Tell all of your family, friends, and pets about my channels, and that is plural. There's also a Grumpy Gnome Fishing, so check that out. Get on Snapchat, get on FaceTime, get on X, whatever platform, Instagram, Discord. Share my videos. Tell your friends. Check me out. I'm also on Discord and I'm on Facebook. Grumpy Gnome Gaming. Look me up. Google search me. Grumpy Gnome Gaming. Hopefully that'll take you to all the places. What else do we want to say? That's about it, man. Thanks for coming along. Thanks for hanging out with me for 5. Thanks for tolerating me for 5 hours. we got a little bit of grump on in this game. And at this point in time, we're leaving the friendly arm in. It's going to be a while before we return. And the rest of our business now is going to be between Baragos and Nashka. Oh my god, a follower? TFF. TFF? Okay. Well, TFF, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. Gosh, I don't know how long you've been watching for, but I was just ending this. This was a 5-hour stream that has sadly come to an end. And it was done on a request to go back to the Tale of Four Brothers. So we are going to sign off now. I'm glad to have this party back. I'm a little more motivated about this party than I am about the canon party that comes with Baldur's Gate. And this, I think, is going to be our new series. So once again, yes, I started something and I didn't finish it. But this one, because of the request, I'm going to keep my motivation going. So TFF, thank you very much for the follow. William, thank you for requesting this. And I will see you in the next one. Let's go ahead and put a save in here. What are we going to call it? Let's come up here. Let's override this one. And we'll call this FAI. Ah! Friendly Armin. Boom. And that's where our people are. Our people. Override it. We're out of here. I am Grumpy Gnome. Thanks for coming along. We're out of here.